Howdy folks, Corky Duke Farmernator here. Come with me if you want to farm. This is Farming Simulator 22, Michigan Farms Map, Schafer's Ag Service Part 112. This is an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on. And we're going to continue farming today. It's full. Okay. Alright, we are chopping down more trees. My animals, do they look good? They should. Should look good. Go figure. Yeah, they got food. They got everything they need. Except cable TV. I'm not running cable TV out to the barn. I'm sorry, I'm not. So, although that would benefit me now, wouldn't it? All right, enough of that. We can get serious now, I guess. Oh, oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Ah. All right, we got more trees to cut down. Try and turn this area into a bigger farm, a bigger field. Gonna need crops. Gonna need a lot of crops. Because I got a lot of animals. I got every animal you could have in this game on this map. Ducks, goats, sheep, dairy sheep, horses, cows, you name it, I got it. That's why. That's what the ag and that's agriculture and Schafer's ag is what that means. But my dad was a custom applicator, so that's where I get the name from. So he would spray other farmers' fields. He didn't have any animals, but he started out with some. He tried it with some pigs. I don't think he kept them very long. There's a picture of him with about 20 pigs in the back of a truck. I don't think he kept them very long. He always wanted to be a farmer, though. I mean, his dad was a farmer. His brothers were farmers, most of them. And towards the end of his life, he moved away. Before he retired, he moved away from farming and just started doing industrial services. And that's what my brother's still doing with the farm now. So Adrian Steel, both basically contracts out services for them and stuff like that. Adrian Steel in Adrian, Michigan. There's a farm is in Tecumseh, Michigan. Northeast corner of Lenawee County, Michigan. Just down the street from where Henry Ford grew up in Macon, Michigan. Matter of fact, when my grandfather moved from Wyandotte to Tecumseh, he bought his farmland from Henry Ford. Who, after I learned more about Henry Ford, I have absolutely no respect for that piece of shit. Man was anti-Semitic, had a picture of Adolf Hitler in his office, of all fucking people. That's something history books won't tell you, and they should. History should never be too scared to tell the truth. Here's another one for you. The South seceded from the Union for the sole purpose of preserving slavery. 11 southern states succeeded. Both those 11, all but 4, had it written in their ordinance of succession. The reason they were seceding was to preserve the institution of slavery. That is why they seceded. They felt that slavery was in danger. And no, slavery would not have died a normal death. It was a continuing fight, and it would have been continued to be fought for by the South. In the 1850s, slavery was actually growing because of the expansion west. That's what the Mexican War was about. The Mexican War was about freedom. The Mexican, or not the Mexican War, the Alamo, the War for Texas independence. It was not about freedom. It was about the right to own slaves, because slavery was outlawed in Mexico. And when Santa Anna sent his army up north to Alamo, it was because the Texans who had moved in to that area, which was owned by Mexico at the time, they brought their slaves with them. And Santa Anna said, no, slavery is illegal in Mexico. You can't do that. That's the truth behind the Alamo. They weren't fighting for freedom, they were fighting for slavery. So, history needs to get it right for once in its life. It would really be nice if Hollywood, when they did a historical movie, if they could get it right. Stop with these fictional character important movies like Glory and Midway, all the fictional characters they have in those movies. Stop with that bullshit. Put the real characters in there. Morgan Freeman's character should have been William Carney, Sergeant William Carney, the first African American soldier to be awarded the Medal of Honor. But no, you got to do. Him and Tripp's name were both fictional. They were fictional characters. Why? I mean, Frederick Douglass had sons in the 54th. Why not have one of them as the characters in the story? Have one of his sons. But one of them actually survived the battle of Fort Wagner. Pisses me off in history. But Hollywood does that. I mean, I don't think Hollywood could do a historical film about Hollywood and get it right. I mean, a lot of interesting stuff in American history. Not all good, but certainly interesting. So there's no reason to fictionalize any of it. Like, Washington chopping down the cherry tree. That was written as fiction by Weems in the 19th century. It was written as a fictional story, but yet somehow it made its way into American historical books, and it was written as fiction. Set the record straight. It's fiction. He never chopped down a cherry tree and told his father, "I cannot lie, it was I." Total fiction. You can still tell the story while reassuring everybody that it's actually fiction, it's not real. By the way, Washington was an honest man, but he ran one of the biggest spy rings during the Revolutionary War. He had to. He didn't have an army that could stand toe-to-toe with the British. So he had to use other means to win. And his overall record in the Revolutionary War is 3-6. If Washington was a sports team, he would never even make the playoffs. He only won 3 battles in the Revolutionary War. That was Trenton, Princeton, and Yorktown. Those are the only battles he won. We almost got this whole area cleared. Next we'll be picking up the sawdust. So we got a bunch of trees to chop down. Oh, excuse me. Cleanest forest ground I've ever seen. No bushes, no nothing. Like they just put about 400 spruce trees there and I made the map. Don't bother with no real forest floor or anything like that. April, would that be worthwhile, turning those fields into grass? Well, maybe just doing the whole damn thing. Well, do it next month, that way I get one more cutting out of that field. So that'd be May. If I did that on May, that would be the first cut in July. Get one cutting out of it. There's a lot of grass though. It's a pretty big field, or it's gonna be. I mean, we're talking about this whole area being a field. Let's see, it's May, July. I can get 2 cuttings out of it. In September, yeah. Let's do that. But we're gonna have to wait because I still want that. Hold on. One, 2. Yeah, we'll wait till next month. Yeah, see it's growing. And after next month, I'll turn that into a grass field. And then wheat in September. to be a nice big field. July, then September. Yeah. Yep. That's field 9, right? Not field 9, field 6. All right, that's better. I try and squeeze as much grass out of these fields as I can. I got a bunch of animals to feed. Not much food to do it with. Oh, okay. I don't know what I thought I saw, but. Excuse me. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to turn it into grass this month and just plow it over. I'll get 2 cuttings in, and see, first cutting will be June, and then August, and then at the same time I can turn that into uh, oilseed radish, and then plant. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I ain't gonna worry about that one small little field with the grass that's due next week. I'm just gonna plow it under. That's what I'm gonna do. That sounds like a better move. 2 full cuttings of grass in field 6. That'll work. That should give me enough grass. Legal kind of grass. I gotta run and get me some coffee. Just brewed a new pot, so got my brand new coffee mug. Came in the mail today. My Billy Joel coffee mug. You're back. Ah. Went right to a short. How about that?
I would say we never regret it. It truly has revolutionized our business. It's changed how we think. It's changed how we vote processes, and I ultimately think it's the best decision ever.
This is not just a gift. This is a one-time emergency clearance sale you will never see again. A top-tier wholesaler from Australia suddenly stopped supplying, and a batch of high-end cowboy pilot watches.
Socialists are on a roll. That has some Democratic leaders nervous, but not the most high-profile Democratic socialist of all, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who joins me live this morning. Another This Week exclusive. Progressives prevail.
We are a state in need of a movement to take our politics back.
Abdul El Sayed wins in battleground Michigan as Democrats scramble to unite after a brutal primary.
The stakes are high, and people from around the country, people from around the world, are watching the state of Michigan.
This guy is dangerous for America.
Can El Sayed win in November? And what would it mean for Democrats going into the 2028 presidential election? This morning,
And if we want a different politics, we have got to elect different politicians.
a This Week exclusive, the kingmaker of progressive politics, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez joins us live, hours after a deeply personal announcement. Iran defiant. The president is looking for a way out.
I'm involved in the negotiations.
Shouldn't have went into it in the first place,
Iranians say
dumbass.
they will never reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless the U.S. corrects its behavior. We'll speak with Trump's former defense secretary, Mark Esper. And
because a lot of them are very angry at Republicans, to be honest with you. Why is there? They're not angry at me, but they are
Well, shit,
angry
we
at
ain't.
Republicans.
the roundtable on what is really driving voters and dividing the parties.
From ABC News, it's This Week. Here now, Jonathan Carl.
Good morning. Welcome to This Week. We witnessed a political earthquake in Michigan on Tuesday. Abdul El Sayed defeated an opponent who was supported by the most powerful Democratic leaders in both Michigan and in Washington. And he survived an onslaught of super PAC spending, attempting to portray him as too extreme to win in one of America's most important battleground states. El Sayed's victory was narrower than some had expected. He prevailed with less than 50% of the vote, but it was the first major statewide victory for an insurgent progressive movement that has been toppling Democratic incumbents this primary season.
Sometimes, intra-family squabbles are the biggest ones. But we all know that when we walk out the house, we stand united.
If El Sayed manages to win in November, the progressive movement will be well on its way to taking over the Democratic Party. If he loses, Democratic hopes of winning control of the Senate may well be extinguished. And in just 2 days, there's another primary, this one in battleground Wisconsin, where Francesca Hahn, the candidate backed by Democratic Socialists of America, holds a commanding lead in the polls to be the Democratic nominee for governor. She's been explaining and backing off controversial positions that she has taken in the past, from abolishing prisons and abolishing police to canceling Thanksgiving. Republicans see an opportunity here, portraying progressive and socialist Democrats as lunatics and communists. Those attacks from Republicans aren't surprising, but some moderate Democrats are raising alarms too. This week, a group of moderates announced a multi-million-dollar ad campaign targeting Democratic Socialists of America, saying the movement poses a, quote, mortal danger for Democrats. Back in 2018, it was a little-known 28-year-old bartender and Democratic Socialist who ran against one of the most powerful Democrats in Congress and actually won, helping to spark the movement that we see today. 8 years later, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is arguably the leading progressive voice in America, and in a recent New Hampshire poll, top Democratic choice for president. And Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez joins me now. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's been a huge week. What does Abd el-Sayed's victory in Michigan say about the future of the Democratic Party?
I think that we are in a time of renewal for the Democratic Party, and it's tremendously exciting for all of us, for the big tent of the Democratic Party. We have really an ascendance of a young, inspiring, exciting electorate, energizing wave of candidates that I think really inject a new energy to the Democratic Party and add to the toolbox of candidates that we have to win the midterm elections, hopefully in November.
And as you've seen progressives winning in a lot of these other primaries, it was often dismissed, people saying, oh, this is in very blue parts of the country, in big cities. But this is Michigan. I mean, this is battleground Michigan. And he won. Now he has the biggest test. Can he win in November? What does he have to do to win over those Democrats who opposed him?
Well, I think that this really is a moment, not just in Michigan, but across the country, where the party is unifying. The party is unifying, and it is focused on the November elections. We understand that our priority is the working class of this country. And we have to make the case that we're here to make people's lives better. And the Republican Party right now is jacking up prices, making housing impossible to afford. And we are focused on everything from healthcare to your grocery bill and making it more affordable for working people.
This week there was also a prominent Republican, a very prominent Republican, who said some things about wealthy corporations profiting, effectively fleecing Americans. It sounded a lot like what I've heard you said. I want to play this and see your reaction.
They're making too much money, okay? Based on a shortage, they're making too much money. I don't like it. When you look at one company where they made 12 times what they made the year before, they're going to give some of that back to the public. And they better cut the retail price, the consumer price.
Well, that was Donald Trump, obviously talking about oil and gas companies and high gas prices. What do you make of that?
I think that everyday people, everyday Americans, we can see the very large gap between what Donald Trump says and what Donald Trump does. And so Donald Trump may be saying that oil companies are making too much money, but what Donald Trump is doing is starting a reckless war in Iran, having closed-door meetings with oil companies before his election saying, you give me money, you give me campaign contributions, and I will do whatever you want. And so what we have seen, everything from Supreme Court rulings to Donald Trump's own policy, is what he is doing is jacking up the price, not just at the pump, but at everything that you buy that requires the transportation of goods. And so he can say whatever he'd like from the Oval Office, but I think people are more looking at what he chooses to do.
But that's a reflection of what he is seeing the people care about, what the people are thinking.
Mm-hmm. And, to the president's credit, he comes from television, and he's very responsive to public sentiment. And so he knows what he needs to say. But again, none of that is going to lower the cost of your rent or your mortgage. None of that is going to lower the interest rates that you're paying. None of that is going to make your grocery bill more affordable. And what we want to know and what we want to see is action.
But I want to go back in time just briefly to 2018 when you won. And you absolutely shocked the political world. We saw the pictures of you that night. You were obviously shocked that you had won. You probably don't recall this, but I interviewed you hours later, the next morning, and let's play just a little bit of that.
Sure.
Judging from the reaction that we all saw of you on television, it seemed to surprise you as well.
It did. I wasn't even checking the election results at all. I wasn't even following the precincts coming in. We had driven straight to our little party at a little billiard spot in the Bronx, and we hopped in, and I just kind of walked into a TV set, and I looked at the screen, and I saw not only the numbers, but what those numbers were, and it was a complete shock.
So, you sound there a lot like you sound today, but you've changed as well, right? How have you changed since you came in? As this insurgent rebel at odds with the Democratic leadership, how have you changed?
I think life has a way of really weathering you and adding to your context and your experience. It humbles you, but it also emboldens you in a lot of ways. And I think it has been the greatest privilege of my life to be able to represent the working people of my congressional district. And I think some of the ways that it's changed me has been to be able to come in with so many aspirations for our country, and then to have the remarkable opportunity to be in the arena and try to make the country a better place, challenges and all. And I love that it's hard. I love that I have to, and I get to engage with people from all across the country, elected officials from all across the country, to try to actually fulfill our dreams to guarantee health care to every American.
And you continue to push for change in the Democratic Party, but you're also one of the most prominent figures in that party right now. Your endorsement is incredibly valuable. I've noticed that this time around, this election cycle, you have not endorsed candidates that were challenging Democratic incumbents in the House. And somebody took note of this, a fellow progressive wrote recently. The headline in The Hill was, "Today's cautious AOC would not have endorsed the AOC of 2018." Because you were obviously running against the incumbent. I mean, that's probably correct, right? What's your thinking there?
You know, I wasn't endorsed by anybody when I was running.
Your friends.
Yeah, just some friends. So I wasn't endorsed by I don't think I was endorsed by a single elected official when I was running for office. And you know, I think when I see so many of these incredible insurgent candidates that are running today, that's part of what makes me so proud of them, is that they do not answer to any master. They are not beholden to any corporate interest or any party boss, and they are completely independent, which allows them to be responsive to their communities and the people that elected them. And I think that in many ways that makes our movement stronger, when you have to rely on your own organizing skills. And I think that it has proven to be quite successful. And I see so many of these candidates, and they remind me of that moment.
I mean, but like in New York, you had the candidates that were endorsed by Mayor Mondani. Two of them were challenging sitting members of Congress, powerful members of Congress, Democrats, and you decided to sit that one out. Is that part of wanting to work with your colleagues that are in the House? I mean, what's the...
Yeah, you know, I think we're all in different, you know, politics is also a workplace, and we're all in different positions to that. I endorsed, for example, in New York, on the state level, I endorsed a slate of challengers to incumbents in the Assembly and in the Senate, and I don't work in state government, which gives me a greater freedom to be able to do that and to assess it. And I'm very grateful, you know, that we now have a progressive movement that is in large enough numbers that, you know, it used to be that you could fit 5 people in a closet, and that was the caucus, and now we've grown into quite a successful movement.
So you have Wisconsin coming up next. Francesca Hahn, who is the Democratic Socialists of America supporting candidate for governor. You haven't endorsed her. Are you going to?
No, I haven't endorsed in that race. My focus has been in winning back the Congress, winning back the House, and positioning ourselves to have the best chance possible to win the Senate. So I've been focused on those legislative races.
What do you make of those controversial statements? I'm sure you've seen. I mean, she's, you know, the Thanksgiving dust up. She says she doesn't, you know, still believe that, but you know, abolish prisons, abolish police, which are also positions that have been taken by a lot of the progressive candidates who have won. How do you get around that?
Yeah.
Those are not positions that are supported by...
Right. I mean, I think that a lot of these races, even right now, they'll have a tendency to be nationalized.
Yeah.
But these races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is that is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
She's moved away from all
Right,
that.
she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay,
and I think that what's important is that we have to assess what a candidate is
going too far with some of those positions? And you briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
Well, I think that during this time and especially during COVID, there was a huge opening of the Overton window. We were shut down. There was some of the highest unemployment rates that we have seen because of those shutdowns. And I think that the doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place. And I actually think that the discussions that were had in that time were quite fruitful. I think that when we talk about crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime and bringing crime down, right? And I think that we all share the goals of having as low a crime rate as possible. I think that, during lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. And I'm grateful that these candidates have the opportunity to present who they are to their electorate and what they're campaigning on in this moment.
Because and obviously the Democratic Socialists of America are having quite a moment. But you know how Republicans are responding. Let me just give you a brief statement.
Let's call it what it is. It's communism. The Commie Caucus is coming to Congress.
Communism is on the ballot this November. We're not going to turn this country into a communist experiment.
Well,
get rid of Trump. He's the only communist.
The president who said the same thing. But by the way, just a quick definitional thing. What, in your mind, is the difference between socialism and communism?
I think, to me, the fundamental differences, there's many.
Yeah.
One prevailing one is democracy. And I believe that democratic socialists are fundamentally pro-democracy. And we believe in the ballot box. We believe in respecting the outcomes of elections and governing democratically and ensuring that the ideas and policies that are implemented are won through popular vote and popular opinion. And so I think that's why so much of what we focus on is also making sure that we are providing for the majority of Americans, guaranteeing health care, raising wages, strengthening the right to a union. And I think that that's at its core what we're about.
Are you still a member of Democratic Socialists of America?
Of the New York City chapter.
The New York City chapter, not the national.
No.
And what's the difference?
So every DSA chapter is formed locally.
Yeah. And
so the New York City DSA chapter, those are folks that you know. It's kind of like your local union chapter.
Yeah.
So
because I know there was that strange moment in 2024 when the national chapter took away your endorsement.
Yeah.
But I was looking through the DSA program. This is the national program. I'm sure you've seen the document it was adopted just a few months ago. But some of the positions here: defund the Department of Defense, close overseas military bases, abolish the police and prison system, grant amnesty to all immigrants in the U.S., replace the Supreme Court and executive judiciary with chosen by a lower to Congress, abolish the Senate, public ownership of corporations and essential industries. I mean, those are some positions that you're going to be hearing a lot about this fall from Republicans.
And I think we're also going to be hearing a lot about Donald Trump's commitment to getting us into a reckless war in Iran, his collaboration with big companies to make sure that everything from groceries to rent stay sky high. And I think that people are less interested in these academic debates, and they're more interested in how we're going to bring their bills down and make sure that they can afford to see a doctor.
But do you see, are those positions you support?
No, but I think that this is a free country. Everyone can have all sorts of beliefs and they can organize around them, and you're free to do what you like and, have conversations with your neighbors. But my job as an elected official is to guarantee healthcare in America. And that's what I'm focused on, and that's what I seek to do.
And what do you say to the moderate Democrats who say, first of all, that they are capitalists and that those positions are going to doom the Democratic Party? Because again, they're not positions that are supported.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they're free to have their economic identity as they like, and in terms of dooming the party, the idea that there's a diversity of thought in America among everyday voting people is a fundamental fact of our country. I don't think that we should be worried about what somebody somewhere believes. I think we should be focused on what our plan to improve people's lives are.
Another person who's been made an issue is Hassan Piker, who obviously endorsed Abdul Sayed in Michigan. You've been on his live stream, at least a few times. He's somebody who said, that America deserved 9/11. Now he backed off from that.
Yes, he's a
but he said a lot of controversial things. Is he somebody that should have a role in the progressive movement going forward?
I think when we look at our elections that have happened, we have lost young people. Much hay was made about the fact that we lost young men in the last election. And many of the same consultants that are wringing their hands today were the same ones talking about how we need to go on Joe Rogan and we need to be not so, willing to engage in cancel culture. And I think that the flip-flopping on this is a tactical debate that they may be having. I think the fact of the matter is that Democrats can go on Joe Rogan, Democrats can go on Fox News, Democrats have a responsibility to build a winning coalition, and young people are engaging in mediums and conversations that we have a responsibility to attend to and be responsive to. And even right now, when we look at this insurgent wave of what is happening, oftentimes when people are doing that Monday morning quarterbacking and what demographics voted where, the big one that's being ignored is the generational tidal wave.
You see it in the polling. It is significant.
Millennials are not, punk kids anymore.
Yeah.
We're grown adults with mortgages and kids, and that generation is starting to be decisive at the polls, and there is anger at being ignored, sidelined, having our economic futures mortgaged by the generations that came before us on everything from the economy to climate, and we're taking the reins.
So we're almost out of time to get to your future. I'm sure you saw the poll in New Hampshire that had you as the leading candidate, leading choice for Democrats. First of all, are you going to run for president?
I mean, I'm focused on winning the midterms. I'm running for Congress right now.
But I mean, do you see this as something? I know you said you're open to it. Is it a realistic possibility?
I haven't ruled out the possibility, and I'm very humbled to the tremendous amount of support out there. I think that we have a responsibility to remain focused on the midterms and not on our individual aspirations or plans.
And running for Senate against Chuck Schumer, is that also something that's possible?
I mean, I think that anything is possible at this juncture.
All right, and then before you go, you did have a personal announcement that you made. It was interesting to see you kind of open up in, on an Instagram Live, I believe it was. So tell me what it was and why you said it.
I think it's important for us to normalize these conversations, especially in this political environment. The Trump administration has...
Remind us what the announcement was.
Yeah, sure. So I have decided to start the process of freezing my eggs.
Yeah.
And in this political environment where this administration is denying reproductive care to women across the country, from abortion rights to the ability to carry out a healthy pregnancy, I think it's important for us as leaders to have these conversations and share these processes, especially for working women across the country, and normalize them.
Okay, all right. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, thank you very much for being here. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
And when you're ready to make that decision about 2028,
I'll let
come back
you know.
and talk to us about it. Okay, next up, that viral clip from the DSA candidate for governor in Wisconsin about canceling Thanksgiving. The roundtable is next.
This is why blocking spam calls never stops them.
What do you mean? Is that just some random caller?
No. When your phone lights up like that with unknown numbers, it's not the callers, it's the massive leak behind them.
Okay, so what do you do?
Well, I
Bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always there. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve.
All right, that's Francesca Hong, who, if the polls are accurate, is the overwhelming frontrunner in the Democratic primary for governor in Wisconsin. Let's bring in the roundtable. Former DNC Chair Donna Brazil, Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts, Republican strategist Scott Jennings, and former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. All right, Donna, you heard from AOC. I know you have not been, you've been one that's been a little bit concerned about Democratic socialists kind of taking over the party, helping to nominate people who can't win general elections. What'd you make of her reaction to all that?
Well, first of all, I think she's a smart politician. She clearly has spent some years in Congress understanding that you got to build a coalition, that you got to go out there and represent your values and views. But as you know, I've been in this big tent party probably longer than most people, and I can tell you we're having the same kind of growing pains I saw on the Republican side, whether it was through the Tea Party in 2010, the activists who helped to bring about the MAGA movement. We've seen this tension both on the right, the populism that created a wave election over the last several decades, and now on the left. Now the left is insurgent in some cases. In most cases, you know what? The establishment, the moderates are still winning. But here's one thing. Reverend Jackson taught me a long time ago. A party needs two wings to fly. And unless we can have both wings, the progressive wing and the moderate wing, we won't be able to fly and win in November.
Congressman, what's your take?
Alex is right that the party needs renewal. Voters are furious at the status quo and want change. And I think that renewal needs to be paired with trust. And here's where Democrats should learn from mayors and local leaders, because trust is highest at the lowest level of government in America. Those local leaders who came in as Democrats 5, 6, 7 years ago wanted to make shoplifting okay, kept the schools closed too long. They got repudiated by voters real bad. Now, those mayors who came in who took a public health and law enforcement approach to homelessness, who built more housing to make housing more affordable, those are the ones who are on the ascent. I'd like to see the National Party adopt the platforms that have been working at the local level, where that feedback loop with reality is
And
so
not the
tight.
national platform of the Democratic Socialists of America. But, Scott, I mean, you're going to make that, Republicans are going to make that the Democratic Party. I mean, that's what you're going to be portraying it as.
Of course, and it would be an honest thing to do because that's what it is. And with all due respect to my friend Donna, there's nothing like, you can't draw any equivalence between the Tea Party movement and the socialists. For one, the Tea Party folks weren't trying to bring about the downfall of Western civilization and the United States of America. Abolish the police, abolish ICE, abolish borders, abolish the Senate, abolish the Constitution. There was nothing like this in the Republican Party.
Mr. President who violates the Constitution before he gets up in the morning? Fuck you, you piece of shit.
That is gaining traction. The Democrat leadership has lost control. They know it. And people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Hong in Wisconsin, Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan. You talk about the Big Ten. The Democrat Jewish Attorney General of Michigan cannot even go to her party's nominating convention because she says, I won't be safe there because of the supporters of Abdul El-Sayed. You can't draw any equivalence between what happened in the Republican Party with the resurgence of patriot conservatives versus these anti-American radicals.
Yeah, look, and I listened really carefully to what Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez said this morning. You know, every position that Scott just laid out, when you presented it to her, she talked about backing off, changing her views, evolving views.
Woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy, which we never heard her say before. Look, I think the Congressman put it correctly. There's two parts to this. It's what are you talking about, and do we trust what you're saying? And after listening to the Congresswoman, why should anyone trust her? The things that she has said previously now, when she senses that she didn't know what she was talking about, and she was out of touch and with the American people, and now wants to advance her career, now all of a sudden she's saying different things. And I have to say, when you played the Francisca Hahn part, I can tell you this, the Republican Governors Association is giddy over what will happen on Tuesday, because we're going to hold people like her and the Congresswoman to what they've said over their careers, not what they're trying to conveniently evolve into now.
There are two important days in November. One is Thanksgiving. Of course, Democrats celebrate Thanksgiving. That's a ridiculous statement that Ms. Hahn made. And there's Election Day. And when Donald Trump tried to steal a free and fair election, Republicans went mute. And Americans will remember that as well.
Yep.
And you know who has given the red carpet more to communists than Donald Trump? He laid out the red carpet to Putin. He's going to put the red carpet out again for Mr. Xi in a couple of weeks. So I'm not going to get into a false argument with Republicans who really don't have much to say about November, because they have not addressed how to lower costs for the American people. When you have 3 different caucuses in the Republican Party in the House that can't agree on budget spending. So this is not a conversation about who's more of a patriot. The Democratic Socialists of America is an organization. That's not our platform in 2024, and it's not our platform in 2026. It's an organization, and they've won some, they've lost a lot. And so we keep having these false conversations because it animates people on the right, so they don't have to talk about how to lower costs. So don't tell me about socialism. There's another holiday that I like in November, and that's Veteran Day. And there are Democrats who are standing up for our military, our servicemen and women, and they want us to end this war in Iran.
But you are worried about
have that conversation.
But you are worried about it because the Democrat Party changed your nominating calendar to try to rig it against the socialists.
Oh, rig it against the socialists? No.
You moved it to South Carolina.
We changed our nominating calendar 20 years ago because we wanted to enlarge the table. We believe that every American, from factory workers to college students to, yes, Black and Hispanic voters, should have a say on who our nominee should be. And what we did in 2028, and hopefully we will vote on it next week, is that we even brought the table even wider.
John, let me say something that everybody should be concerned about as we go into this election and the one in 2028. We have a president now who has little to no appreciation of history. And we've seen him over and over again when he gets it wrong and then uses it for his own purposes. And now we have a group of people, and you're asking Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez this morning, who's going to run for president, a woman who has taken socialist positions over and over again. If she had an appreciation of history, she would know that socialism has nothing to do with democracy, and that every place where socialism has thrived.
Deb's got more than $1 million.
Oh, shit. Look at the Democratic Socialists of Norway and Denmark. They're some of the happiest, their citizens are the happiest in the fucking world.
Has failed in 2 fundamental ways.
Democratic
Socialism. Destroyed
socialism.
economic hope, John,
Fucking
and it has
dumbass.
also destroyed democratic aspirations, and that's what the DSA stands for. And Scott laid out those points very, very well, and Republicans will be talking
Your
about
argument
that
is
this
against
fall.
the DSA, not the DNC. Come and argue with us about how we lower costs. How do we make sure that people don't lose their health?
You guys get the story straight first.
No, well, we have
How do you deal with the fact that you do see this, the socialist part of the party, and it's a minority of the party right
It's an
now.
organization, it's not a party.
Of the Democratic Party. Clearly there's energy there, but it's not, at least in today's facts, anywhere near a majority position.
1/3 of Americans are devoted to Donald Trump. 2/3 of Americans are open to a new agenda and are frustrated with the status quo. And the opportunity for my faction of the party is to make a positive, proactive platform to that 2/3 of Americans. It can't be who we're against. Americans know we don't like Donald Trump. It has to be what we are for. What we are for is a new American dream, an excellent education by the time you're 18, a home of your own by the time you're 30, and a dignified retirement by the time you're 65. And it is freedom that delivers that. Free minds, free enterprise, free elections, freedom from fear.
And what do you say to those who say the answer to that is nationalized health care, even government ownership of corporations? What do you say to that faction, the other faction in your party, that doesn't believe capitalism works?
I believe in free enterprise. And for free enterprise to flourish, you have to be willing to go after both government overreach, like with housing, where zoning and land use does tangle up housing production, and corporate monopoly, like in healthcare, where you got these drug pricing middlemen owned by the insurance companies jacking up prescription drug prices. I am agnostic. Where I see a problem that is keeping prices high and preventing Americans from affording gas, groceries, healthcare, I will go after it.
I believe in the dear Ann theory. If you're a communist, you have 2 cows. You give them both to the government. If you're a socialist, you have 2 cows, you give one to your neighbor. But if you're a capitalist, you have 2 cows, you sell one, and you get a bull.
Okay. All right. We've got to take a quick break. The roundtable is sticking around. But up next, Iran's latest move in the Strait of Hormuz and the ultimatum that the Iranians just delivered to the United States. We'll be joined by former Trump Defense Secretary Mark Esper when we come back.
A good tea says it all. It shows what you're into without explaining a thing. That's what Tea Public is for. Millions of designs you won't see everywhere. Humor, music, sports, nostalgia, teas that feel familiar in the best way. Printed on quality shirts that fit right and feel good all day. No overthinking, no digging, just good teas. With prices that stay comfortably under budget. Get 20% off your first order. Shop now at
This morning, another big setback in Iran. The Iranians are refusing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. I'm joined now by former Trump Defense Secretary Mark Esper. So, Secretary Esper, let me start right there. I mean, the president told the world just a few days ago that the Strait of Hormuz was about to be completely open within 24 hours, and the Iranians are now saying it will never be open unless America meets a long list of demands.
Right, yes, they put forward this agreement, Jonathan. Apparently they had been talking for a week or so with Oman about opening up a northern route into the Gulf and a southern route out of the Gulf along Oman, and that they both would control or administer. Unclear what that means, but now we know that while that agreement sits on a precipice, they've put forward demands of the United States, which frankly are ridiculous and should be rejected out of hand. Demands such as the withdrawal of all U.S. forces from the region, the reimbursement for the costs of the war, the fact that we would end our blockade, we would end sanctions. So it's gone beyond the pale. But what it tells you is 2 things, Jonathan. First of all, they haven't apparently left any room for negotiation, and we know that's important. President Trump wants to pursue that, and rightly so. But secondly, and more importantly, it shows that they believe that they have the upper hand, they believe they're winning, and they're emboldened. And that's what we're up against right now after, 5.5 months of conflict.
So I want to play you something that Vice President Vance said just before the Iranians came out and said this. I mean, we're talking just within a matter of hours. This is what he had to say about the Iranians and the prospects for a deal to end all of this. Take a listen.
They're hurting in a big way. They want this thing to be over. The question is whether they're able, their system is able to give the things that are necessary for us to be happy, for us to feel like we've gotten what we need out of this particular engagement. That is still to be determined, but I do think we've made some progress over the last few days.
I mean, how do you explain the disconnect? Are the president and the vice president getting real information about what's happening on the ground? Because it sure seems like they're talking about 2 totally different realities.
Well, it's true that they are struggling economically. They're in the worst crisis they've faced as a regime in 47 plus years. I mean, inflation's at 88%, and the country is struggling. But at the same time, the military, the IRGC, is clearly in charge. They are calling the shots. There is fragmentation, of course. We know that the president of the country, Pezeshkian, is pushing for a negotiation. He wants to provide some economic relief. And so you have this happening at the same time. So look, with the military in charge and at the same time the economy being weakened, I've argued that we should really pursue an economic blockade of the country, not just of the Strait, but of all entry points, air, ground, and sea routes. We should sanction them, and importantly, we should internationalize this conflict. This is having global impacts, so we should multilateralize it, get our Asian allies on board, our European allies, others around the world, and really put economic pressure on this country and slowly strangle it until they come back to the negotiation table in a serious way.
And how serious is the shortage of munitions that we're now hearing about? It seems like, almost a desperate situation in terms of shortage, especially of anti-missile defense systems like the Patriot.
it is a serious situation. That goes back to the end of the Cold War and the decisions we made between them and then with the onset of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. And frankly, it accelerated during the Biden administration when we were expending munitions or giving munitions to Ukraine. And it's, of course, in the last 6-7 months, it's really taken a toll. But we now find ourselves considerably low with regard to interceptors such as Patriot and THAAD, and to some ground attack weapons as well. And look, when I look at the world, I'm most concerned about China and the messages it may be sending there, and the deterrent effect of our munition stockpiles, and more importantly, of our defense industrial base. So it's something that we have to be watch carefully out for. I know as Secretary of Defense, I certainly did. I was always attuned in our operational plans to estimated casualties, estimated impacts on the readiness of the force, and of course, our munition stockpiles. So this is something that is with us. It's not new. It's been reported multiple times. The Secretary of Defense spoke about it during one of his hearings in the past few months, and we have other reports coming out. And in fact, there was this news story today or last night that Deputy Secretary of Defense Feinberg at the Pentagon, Feinberg, who's done a solid job on this front, has issued an order to the defense companies to report in the next 3 weeks about what they're going to do to accelerate weapons production. So the administration is trying hard in multiple ways, but when you're talking about taking 2 years to build a Patriot missile, whatever we do now is not going to help in the short term, but nonetheless needs to be done for strategic reasons.
And finally, just a big picture question. We've heard the president repeatedly threaten to have big attacks on Iran and then back off, claiming there was progress on negotiations. By my count, he's done this 7 times. What does that do to America's credibility around the world? How do our adversaries start to view those threats when they're threat, back off, and the cycle continues?
Well, clearly the Iranians have figured this out. They are not reacting to these threats, and they are taking very strategic positions with regard to this. And so you saw them over the last week put forward again this Omani plan that they're going to unveil at some point. But these demands they've now raised last night show that they are emboldened, that they feel confident about their position in the world. And at the same time, they are flexing their muscles by using their proxies. So we know that the Houthis just this morning attacked the Saudi refinery on the Red Sea. Yesterday, Iran attacked a UAE ship. But they've also, they being Tehran, have tried to expand this conflict. There was a long shot taken at an Egyptian port on the Mediterranean Sea to show the range of their weapons. And they've gone so far as to threaten U.S. ally, NATO ally Bulgaria about supporting U.S. operations from there. So they're expanding the conflict in many ways.
All right, Secretary Esper, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Coming up, will the Iran war dragging on cost Republicans in the midterms? Our roundtable debates that when we come back.
Have you ever seen a product that transforms any ordinary space into a dreamy underwater world in just 1 second? Meet the Kamau Immersive Ocean Projector, the mood light that's taking the market by storm. Over 100,000 sold and already the #1 bestseller online. Just plug in the USB and in 1 second, your ceiling or car interior comes alive with graceful blue whales, glowing jellyfish, and vibrant coral reefs, like bringing the entire ocean into your home or vehicle. Breathtaking? Absolutely. Forget those cheap projectors that just throw blurry blobs of light with zero atmosphere. This one uses cutting-edge Las Vegas sphere-grade projection tech for ultra-sharp, lifelike underwater visuals. It even has a 360-degree flexible memory neck. Bend it any way you like. Ceiling, wall, desk, it projects perfect scenes at any angle with just 1 click. Choose from 15 plus ocean and celestial modes. Swim through tropical reefs today. Drift among stars tomorrow. Switch between deep sea wonders and cosmic galaxies anytime. Turn your car into a submarine, your kids' room into an undersea adventure, or your dinner table into a romantic seascape. All in seconds. And yes, it's built to last. Certified with strict PSE safety standards, it runs cool, stays safe, and emits soft, eye-friendly light. Perfect for homes with babies or seniors. Skip expensive car lighting mods and skip the aquarium tickets. With this, you save up to 99% on creating magical ambiance.
Keep forgetting about the damn ads.
All right, we're back with the roundtable. So, Governor Christie, how does Trump handle this latest with Iran? I mean, he told us just a few days ago, Strait's about to be open, everything's going to be
He's
fine.
a liar too.
I mean, what does
He lies more
The
than
real
you and I
problem is
breathe.
it was an adventure without a plan. And now, I've struck this week when the Iranians put out their list of demands to reopen the strait, reparations, etc. What struck me was that Donald Trump is about to become what he never, ever wanted to be, Jimmy Carter. He is being held hostage by Iran. They are holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage.
His
As
fault.
a result, they're holding the world economy
His
hostage.
fucking fault. He can't blame this shit on Biden.
Donald Trump, and I know from
He
talking
started
to
the
him
war
the last 25
without
years,
permission from Congress,
one person he would
which
never
means
want
it's
to
an
start
illegal
a
war.
right? And here we are, and it was all voluntary.
So, you have a thought on this?
I fought in one failed forever war. I don't want Americans to be fighting in another. We've already lost 18 American service members, and the only way that we get off course from a third quagmire in the Middle East of the 21st century is for Congress to take back the steering wheel from this impaired driver, and that means Americans need to elect Democrats in November, and we can pass the war powers resolutions, enforce them, and prevent him from deepening the imbroglio that has already caused higher prices and a weakened America.
I mean, he's trying to get out. It's like the Iranians are not cooperating.
Of course not. They got to buy the balls. Why would they cooperate?
You heard the president
Fucking
Mr. Trump
dumbass.
a while ago there say that voters are angry at Republicans. Not angry at me, they're angry at Republicans. Is he right?
No.
Well, I think you might have been talking about Republican voters, and I'll be honest, I've been all over the country this year, and they are a little upset with congressional leaders over the SAVE Act is one thing, and they see Trump fighting for that, and they see Congress with an inability to pass it. Now, most congressmen
Fucking piece of shit.
are for it.
Scott Jennings,
Obviously,
you're an
the Senate
absolute
bill
piece of shit fucking liar.
and a few others. So he's not wrong that the Republican grassroots is quite upset. What he has to do is convince them that no matter who you're upset with, the alternative is worse. I mean, this has to be a
Bullshit.
contrast election. And Republican voters trust him to make that argument.
So what was the contrast in the 24 election, Jennings?
Tactical issues for the Republican
Oh, if you elect Harris, we're going to have a war with Iran. Really? Harris didn't get elected, yet we still seem to be at war with Iran. What's the contrast there? Fucking piece of shit.
Every other bad
Huh?
thing they don't want to have happen.
What's the contrast there?
They're going to hold him accountable. They're going to hold the entire Republican-controlled Congress accountable if Democrats prevail in November. Look, Donald Trump should know one thing. The American people are very upset. They're angry at him. They're angry at his preoccupation with his ballroom, angry at his preoccupation with putting little gold things all over the White House and all over the city of Washington, D.C. They're angry at him because he's not focused on the priorities of the American people, kitchen table issues. He should know they're very upset. They're very upset, not just with him, but they're also upset with the Republican control.
So, Chris, he's also, I mean, he is very focused, though, on some things. I mean, he's very focused on the ballroom, and he is very focused on the reflecting pool. And we saw him say that he wants Jeanine Pirro, somebody you know very well.
I do.
She dropped the case, said, look, there's no case of vandalism against this, former Olympian.
And he is suing.
He just said this weekend that he wants
I don't
her to
think he's suing the
reconsider
DOJ. He's
Well,
suing
let me
Fox
separate
News for
what you said
defamation.
there. In terms of the ballroom and the
Suck it,
reflecting pool,
Fox
while
propaganda.
it's entertaining for a lot of people.
Gonna use that line in
I
court
don't think that's
again?
what they're upset
Oh, we're
about.
not
I think what
news,
they're
we're
upset about is
entertainment.
that the
They're
president
gonna use
promised
that
to lower
again?
prices, the president promised to focus on domestic things, and they haven't done it. Now, on the Jeanine Pirro thing, this goes to the whole Department of Justice question. And Todd Blanche was confirmed, 50 to 49. And now he has got the job for the next 2.5 years to be the Attorney General. He's got to decide,
unless he's fired.
Well, I mean, yes, but I think he's got to decide what's he going to do now as the Attorney General, not the acting, but the Attorney General. And this Jeanine Pirro thing is one of the early things that he's got to decide. She, as we talked about a week or so ago, she stepped up and did the right thing. She didn't have the evidence, and she walked away from the case. Now, the question is her boss, either the President of the United States or the Attorney General, going to put pressure on her to go back and redo it? Those are the things that the American people will be disquieted by when the justice system is not working in a way that is fair to people across the country, regardless of their political party or their opinion about the president.
Do you think Trump would fire him?
Well, I think he would be willing to fire anybody at this point, but I think this one's going to be a hard one for him because whoever he puts there, when he's done that before, it hasn't worked out. Remember the Comey indictment?
Yeah.
Remember the Letitia James indictment when he put new people in those spots just to do that? It hasn't worked. So he'd be concerned about that, I think.
Don?
She has ice in her blood. I wouldn't cross it if it was, go ahead and walk across the street. She's tough. She's smart. And she knew exactly what she was doing. She had no case against Mr. Hearn and those other individuals who went to the reflective.
She opened her big mouth and got herself slammed into a defamation case.
The paint. So he won't fire her.
All right, that's all for today. Thank you for sharing part of your Sunday with us. Check out World News Tonight and have a great day.
Cortisone shots, glucosamine, a drawer full of ibuprofen. If your knees, hips, and hands still ache every morning after all of it, it's not because nothing works. It's because every one of those ignored what's actually starving underneath. Stiff knees, aching hips, hands that won't close all the way in the morning, cracking, grinding, that deep ache after you sit too long. If your doctors told you it's just getting older, arthritis, or worn down cartilage, they're treating the symptom and ignoring what's actually starving underneath. Cortisone shots, glucosamine pills, and over-the-counter painkillers can take the edge off, but they don't fix what's missing. They just mask it. And joint replacement surgery, tens of thousands of dollars, months of recovery, and no guarantee you won't be in worse shape than when you started. Here's what almost no one tells you. Your joints aren't just worn out, they're starving. Your grandfather almost never had joint problems like this, not because he was tougher, but because he ate the parts of the animal you've been throwing away. Bone marrow, liver, connective tissue, the exact building blocks your joints are made of.
In the year 2026, in Trump 2.0, the president's anti-immigration crusade is a supersized version of his first term. He promised it would be back at the RNC in 2024. During his first term, he deliberately separated 5,500 children from their parents in what a Republican-appointed judge called one of the most shameful chapters in the history of our country. This time around, according to Brookings, that number is more than 100,000 children. The cruelty might seem unprecedented, but what we are seeing unfold as just part of President Donald Trump and Stephen Miller's mass deportation campaign is not actually new. In fact, it is history repeating itself. They are pulling directly from the pages of President Dwight D. Eisenhower's playbook.
You look back in the 1950s, you look back at the Eisenhower administration, take a look at what they did, and it worked. He did this with over 1 million people. He did it, and it was actually very successfully done. Follow the Dwight D. Eisenhower model. So Eisenhower was very tough on the border. People don't see him as that, but he was. We'll carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. We're going to get them out. We have to. Dwight Eisenhower has the record.
We start with you. You're the biggest criminal in America right now, you fucking piece of shit.
The Eisenhower model. What Trump is touting as a massive success, what he's trying to imitate is something with a name so racist and so deeply offensive that I very rarely say it on television or when I talk about his immigration policy. But forgive me, you should know this history and you should hear this name, and I'm going to say it this morning. Operation Wetback. It was Eisenhower's 1954 massive deportation campaign that used military-style tactics to round up Mexican immigrants and U.S. citizens alike. It was aggressive and it was violent. And the cruelty of it all starts with that name. Wetback is a term that first originated as an offensive way to describe people who swim across the Rio Grande River into Texas. It was vile when the U.S. government used the term as official policy then, and vile today that the administration is using the policy as a model. And the Trump administration seeks to emulate the Eisenhower days. That's what they're doing. It seems some of our nation's ICE and Border Patrol agents are actually inspired by it too. The ACLU recently released body camera footage from deportation operations in LA last year.
Officers are heard using the term wet to describe immigrants during street stops and raids. Let me be really clear about something. When I say these agents are caught on camera using a slur like wet, it is not just any racist word. Those three letters used in a situation like that have hate and have trauma ingrained within them, a long and sordid history. The Eisenhower administration said Operation Wetback led to the deportation of more than 1 million Mexicans in just 1 year. Some historians say the number might be lower. What is not disputed, many of the people deported were American citizens too. And many who were deported were in the country legally. The operation prioritized volume and speed and public perception over precise and accurate enforcement, over going after the worst of the worst. Does that sound familiar to you? Harlan B. Carter, who was the head of the U.S. Border Patrol at the time, told the Los Angeles Times what was coming. Quote, an army of Border Patrol officers, complete with jeeps, trucks, and 7 aircrafts, would soon unleash an all-out war to hurl Mexican wetbacks into Mexico. An all-out war. When you keep reading that article from 1954, the similarities and the strategies and the parallels to today are hard to ignore. Quote, a flying squad of 75 Border Patrolmen and immigration officers acting on intelligence gathered over a period of months will sweep through factories, into Skid Row saloons, and hotels, and ferret out illegal aliens. Our normal wetback arrests will average from 1,000 to 2,000 Mexican aliens a day. Our normal wetback arrests will average from 1,000 to 2,000 Mexican aliens a day. Days later, on the front page of the LA Times, is this, a headline about a massive raid rocking Los Angeles, and a photo, look at it, of a mother clutching her 10-month-old baby as she was preparing to be sent to a detention center at a local park. This reminded me of the toddler, Amir, who I held in my own arms a couple of months ago after he was stuck at the Dilley Family Detention Center for 118 days of prison for kids and their parents in the United States. During Operation Wetback, the U.S. government eventually started to invite journalists and photographers to come and document these enforcement operations. The goal was to spread the fear across the front pages and flash it on the 6 o'clock news with the hope that immigrants would be so scared they would self-deport. It is what Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife, did when she invited me inside those detention centers during the first family separation policy, to see it for myself so we could show all of you. The cruelty was the point, as Adam Serwer famously wrote about the Trump family separation policy. Now and then. And here's another crazy thing about Eisenhower's immigration operation. Many of the immigrants who were in the United States at that time were here legally through joint immigration programs. Many were actually recruited by the American government and brought to the United States from Mexico as part of something called the Bracero program. It started back in 1942 in the thick of World War II as an agreement between the U.S. and Mexico to address wartime labor shortages. The idea was to bring people into the country for paid and legal work in the agriculture industry, the railroad industry. You're looking at photos right now from that very program. People helping harvest sugar beets back in 1943. This was meant to be a temporary solution, but once the war ended, demand did not stop. Industries relied heavily on Mexican labor, whether it was quote-unquote legal or not. Suddenly a narrative began to play out, a narrative that we are all too familiar with today, concerns over certain people coming in and taking American jobs, potential criminal activity, health risks, all the same tropes. So Operation Wetback was designed to send back all of the people America brought here in the first place, the people they invited. You don't have to imagine what it was like back then, because you are seeing it play out again right now. The very same thing, by design, criminalizing people, hurting people, ripping families apart, racially profiling people who looked Mexican, as they said. It led to isolation and fear. People were too scared to leave their homes without documentation. There is a rare home movie available to us thanks to the Texas Archive of the Moving Image. Look at this. What you're looking at is Border Patrol officials load apprehended undocumented immigrants into a ship. What is the ship's name? Emancipación, emancipation, freedom. It is a stark image juxtaposing people literally being sent away. And it looks pretty damn similar to the videos of deportation flights we have seen in this second Trump administration. Others who were taken during Operation Wetback got shoved into crammed trucks, and they got dumped into unfamiliar towns across the border. This time last year, I was in Guatemala. I covered a story with my colleague Kay Guerrero of a 17-year-old honor student and star athlete, Nori Santai Ramos. She lived with her mom at their home in LA, but they were deported to Guatemala, a place Nori had left as a small child and barely recognized. They arrived without money, they had no phones, they wore the same clothes they had on when their nightmares started. Do you know the city?
I don't know. I told my mom I'm gonna be lost here because I don't know nobody.
Shortly after we told Nori's story, her mother, Estella, died due to medical complications. And Nori told me her mom was so overwhelmed with the stress since their deportation and terrified to be back in Guatemala, it wasn't going back home for her mom. It was like going to hell. Estella had fled Guatemala in 2015 after she said she received threats from members of the 18th Street Gang. The stories told today are almost indistinguishable from the stories of the Eisenhower days, like the story of Noelia Sanchez. Noelia Sanchez was a newborn in the United States when she and her mom were deported to Mexico as part of Eisenhower's operation. She shared this with the Associated Press.
I was born in Missouri, Cuda, Missouri, and my mom and my dad my dad was a farm worker, and it was a time that I guess immigration was just coming to your house and taking you away because they took my mom away, and I was the youngest, so I had to leave with her. But I was maybe too little to really understand, what was going on. I just knew that I was taken away with my mom, and I had no reason. I had no knowledge why. We were separated.
Who are we waiting for, Grandpa?
Your future husband.
He must be a millionaire, or maybe even a billionaire, right?
No, he's a janitor.
A janitor? I'm the granddaughter of a billionaire, and you expect me to marry a janitor?
Yes, and that's my order. I have a meeting. I'm leaving.
Billionaire Mr. Wilson walked away, leaving his granddaughter Claire standing there in disbelief. Just then, she noticed a tiny kitten wandering into the middle of the road. A truck was speeding straight toward it. In a split second, a man ran forward, risking his own life. The truck screeched past as he grabbed the foot just in time.
We're separated.
If that sounds familiar to you, it is because it is. Operation Wetback ended in the fall of 1954 after the government ran out of funding and declared that the southern border was successfully secured. It appears this administration is just getting started. I want to bring in Pablo Espinoza. He is a member of the California Museum Board of Trustees, which this week is launching a new exhibit called Help Wanted, Leave Now, Operation Wetback, and the Revolving Door of Mass Deportation. Also with us, Maria Hinojosa, a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, the founder of Futuro Media Group, and the anchor and executive producer of Latino USA on NPR. Thanks to both of you for being here. And Maria, let's start with you. You have covered this in more depth and breadth than anybody I know. This was a stain on the history of our country, and yet now it's part of our administration's literal blueprint for the mass deportation campaign.
Right. I think the difference is, right now, is that we have a lot more people talking about this because of social media. That means that more people are aware. We also have to realize that there was a massive deportation that happened in the 1930s. It was called the Great Repatriation. It was actually deporting and removing Mexican Americans, U.S. citizens. We also know that right now, I'm in Mexico, actually in conversations with people who have just been removed, who had legal cases pending, and they were taken, not deported. Deported means you've actually seen a judge and the judge said you're being deported. In this case, due process being denied, simply taking people and disappearing them. No record of them even being deported, being placed on planes where, I'm sorry, because we're talking about ugly things, Jacob, and I'm glad that you're doing that. We have to. Where you are not allowed to make a bowel movement on the plane when you're being deported because you can't, you are chained. That is our government, what they're doing now. So everything that you said, I think, yes, the suffering is real, the terror, the haunting of immigration agents. But it is a moment when more Americans are probably aware of this than ever before. And that's where I continue to hold on hope. When people realize, no, they're not deporting criminals, they're taking anybody.
Yeah, that's right. And Pablo, this is why what you're doing is so important at this very moment. As Maria says, the exhibit tells the story of repeated mass recruitment and betrayal. I wonder what part of history you think is important for people to remember, especially in these times.
I think the part of history that is important to remember is, as you mentioned at the beginning, this was the official governmental name in this country, was Operation Wetback. And it moves my heart because it is, in a way, it's personal. I came to this country with a student visa. I was a journalist for a long time. And I was also ignorant that the deportations happened many times in the 30s, 40s, 50s with Operation Wetback. And I was holding the hand of my then 10-year-old boy walking through the California Museum looking at Japanese internment camps exhibit. And I thought, wow, it's a sad chapter of our history, yet how important it is to know history, to be educated. So hopefully we don't repeat it. And I didn't know anything about, I'm South American. I didn't know anything about Operation Wetback. I used to say, I'm the one that stands in line. People should wait. And I didn't understand the plight of people from Mexico in particular who doesn't have a choice. They don't have a choice to cross an imaginary line if they want to support their children, if they want to support their families. And quite frankly, if they want to support all of us by putting fruit on our tables and many other services that immigrants provide to this country. So it was a bit over a decade, but I thought it was incredibly important to be able to bring about those stories, much like Maria says, to the spotlight. People need to know, people need to be aware. And thank you, Jacob, for using the words Operation Wetback, because it is really important. And in a way, some people get really upset about the current occupant of the White House following the model of Dwight Eisenhower. In a way, I'm kind of thankful. We've always talked in our community about the sleeping giant being the Latino vote. And it has been sleeping for way too long. And I think that now I'm hopeful that this, unfortunately, has given the motivation for people to speak up, particularly to the younger folks that are not just taking it sitting down, that are coming out, even kids that are undocumented. They have their social media platforms where they say, I am undocumented, and they're fighting back, because we should all fight back. This is not what this country is all about. We're supposed to be a beacon of liberty and justice and freedom for all, not just for some.
Levi? Can you stay with me? Can you keep the light on? Thank you.
For all, not just for some.
We have so much more to talk about. If you both, Pablo and Maria, would stay with me, we're going to take a short break and we'll pick this up on the other side. Everybody stay there. We'll be back in a second. Pablo Espinoza and Maria and the hosts are back with me. Maria, I want to pick up and talk about Tom Homan, because he was the acting ICE director during the first Trump term before he got this job as border czar, and he did the rotating door thing and went to the private sector and worked for one of the private prison companies that works with ICE. He was asked by the great Cecilia Vega, even before Trump was reelected, about his obsession with the Eisenhower deportation campaign. I want to watch that and then ask you about it.
Former President Trump said that this plan would follow the Eisenhower model, that it would follow so-called Operation Wetback?
I don't speak for President Trump, but I don't know what the Eisenhower Plan even is.
The historians that we spoke to call it a civil rights disaster. People were deported in dangerous conditions and some people died. If President Trump is saying that that's the model, that gives a lot of people pause.
Trump's not talking about. Look, I know this man.
Following the Eisenhower model, we will carry out the largest domestic deportation
mean people are going to die. That doesn't
Really? You fucking piece of shit. People aren't going to die, really.
But you could
We
understand
got
how
American
someone might
citizens dying. ICE is murdering them in the streets because they're fucking Gestapo. You fucking piece of shit.
under his leadership.
One, it's a shame she's not on that broadcast anymore. That was an extraordinary interview. But two, let me just read back, quote, it doesn't mean people are going to die. That doesn't mean civil rights are going to be violated. Donald Trump doesn't mean that. Give me a freaking break. Fast forward to where we are now, Maria. Holman even said to me days into the raids in LA that somebody was going to die. What's your...
Because I wasn't born in the United States. And we know that more people are dying now in immigrant detention than ever before. We know that people are not crossing on the U.S.-Mexico border now because it is just impossible. The American dream has disappeared. We know that our colleagues, Jacob, up until recently, the term illegal immigrant was used, and people who criticized the term illegal, like me, were perceived like being some kind of radical revolutionaries. And it's a good time to remember who taught me never to use the term illegal was Elie Wiesel, who survived the Holocaust. He was the one who said there is no such thing as an illegal human being. The point is the dehumanization of it.
Especially on stolen
And
land.
that is what we are living every single day. It is, like when you have deja vu and you're like, oh my God, deja vu is so cool. I love this. I personally am living deja vu horror every single day. The point here is, what does it mean to American citizens? Not just those who have given their lives. What does it mean to everyone to do something in this moment to make it different than 1932 and 1950s? What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, we've seen, as I went on the ground, as you were too, watching Greg Bovino get driven city after city out by the people that were coming out to protest. It works, and we've seen it work. And all you got to do is look at what's happened in the beginning of this administration to now, that they haven't been able to continue these campaigns in these cities. But Tom Homan, just because he's wearing a suit and tie and not Greg Bovino's costume, doesn't mean that the policies aren't underlying, that they're trying to execute are the same. Pablo, I want to come back to you because one of the architects, and we learned this from all of the underlying research from your exhibit of Operation Wetback, was a guy by the name of Harlan B. Carter. And I read this quote from him earlier. As a teenager, this guy was found guilty of murdering a 15-year-old Hispanic boy, a Latino young man. The conviction was later thrown out on a technicality, but what does it say about the type of people who were running this? And then fast forward to today, is that culture still within the Border Patrol? You're still seeing it?
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to generalize the culture within a particular organization or not, but what I will say as an individual is that even more so than deja vu, because, I like to live with the perspective of a glass half full, you come to the realization that this was really always there, that there was an undercurrent. And what this administration has done, it has given carte blanche for people to speak out and say it loudly and on the record what was always there. Maybe it required an investigative reporter and people going in deep and digging. Now it doesn't require that. It's there. It's on his social media all the time. And as you mentioned, Jacob, it's not just for folks that are not born in this country. That child whose hand I was holding, my son, he was born here, Mercy Hospital, very close to the state capitol. And I thought, oh my God, people were deported, like the father of a young boy that became a congressman out of Los Angeles when he was a toddler, never to see his father again. And, many people continue to be deported that are U.S. citizens. So there is no particular guarantee. And to see, as Maria says, history repeating itself, the grandfather of my wife was a bracero. And she's a teacher and has been a teacher here for many, 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 many years. And to think that can happen to her, that can happen to her daughters, just because they look the part. That's not who we are. And Maria is right. What are we going to do about it? I don't care what their end is, quite frankly. They're racist, and we're going to call them exactly what they are. What are we going to do? We have to stand up. We have to communicate. Thank you, Jacob, for all the stories that you have shared through your book and through everything else. We have an individual responsibility to continue to uplift these stories, to tell our neighbors, to use those words, Operation Wetback, because they need to be shaken into reality, into taking action to prevent this from ever happening again.
Pablo Espinosa, member of the California Museum Board of Trustees. Everybody, please go see the exhibit. Help Wanted, Leave Now, Operation Wetback, and the Revolving Door of Mass Deportation. And my great friend Maria Hinojosa, a journalist and founder of Futuro Media. Thank you both so much for this conversation.
Thank you, Jacob.
We were wondering if Blue True Gold was worth the upgrade.
Not come to Mexico, do not come to Cancun, do not come to Puerto Vallarta or Acapulco. Stay in the United States. Eat your Taco Bells.
MAGA loves telling critics, if you hate America, leave. But criticizing a government is not the same as hating a country. It is often proof that someone cares enough to demand better. The real problem is not dissent, it is the blind loyalty that treats every question as betrayal and every foreign criticism as an insult.
This is a great question, and I genuinely believe that I know the answer. People from other countries are not fed the same propaganda that we are. People from other countries have better critical thinking skills than half of the people in the US. People from other countries are not raised to pledge blind alliance to our country. They are not fed the propaganda that their country is the best in the world and don't question it. But there are so many Americans that still believe this. There are so many Americans that can be told that Donald Trump is not doing the things that he's doing, and they'll believe it. Even when presented with clear evidence and facts right to their face, they'll just deny it. They don't believe in science and evidence. The average Trump voter is not able to discern fact from fiction. That's what it comes down to.
Yep. I hear all the time on my videos, if you don't like America, you can leave. No, you can leave. Because if you don't want to respect our fellow Americans, regardless of their sexual orientation, religious orientation, race, gender, skin color, or nationality, you can leave. If you don't want every American to have easy access to good health care so that they can be healthy, you can leave. If you don't want homeless Americans and homeless veterans to be given a roof over their head so that they can get ahead in life and become a productive member of society again, so that they don't have to live on the street like dogs, you can leave. If you don't think every American deserves food, water, and clean air, you can leave. If you're okay with any of our fellow Americans living in squalor just so that billionaires can have another yacht, you can leave. Because I think it's un-American to not want a better life for your fellow Americans. I think it's un-American to think it's okay that new parents have to pay $100,000 just to give birth to a baby in this country, when every other first world country, it's free. I think it's un-American if you don't think our fellow Americans working an honest 40 hours a week are worthy of a thriving wage to take care of their family. I think it's un-American if you're okay with freedom of speech and freedom of expression for people who look and think like you, but if they're different than you, you don't want that for them.
No.
Good luck, Canada, hating USA.
Built over 74 million listeners without a record label, agent, or manager. How is this even possible?
This will not end well for you. You know what? Thank you. I appreciate you posting this, because what you've posted is exactly what I abhor. Go look up that word. Oh, wait. Very good. Okay. It's exactly what I abhor. I abhor a lack of education. I abhor chosen stupidity, right? There's different kinds of problems that go on in many countries. And by the way, it happens in Canada as well. You guys just have 10 times the population, so I feel like statistically, mathematically, I know that's another thing you don't want to talk about, you have a bigger issue. Because ignorance can be taught, right? I can be ignorant of things. I can sit down in a classroom or get a book or watch a YouTube video, and I can become enlightened. I can become aware and educated, right? I dare say I can become woke. It's not the point of this TikTok. My problem is people who choose stupidity, right? When you choose ignorance, I use the word stupid purposefully because you, with Google available, and the whole world of information at your fingertips, have chosen to remain ignorant, have chosen to allow stereotype and prejudice to drive your thought and your action. You have chosen to believe an individual who has 34 felonies and lies if he's speaking. You've chosen to believe him because he's promised to make you a superhero. When you choose ignorance, you're stupid. You've chosen stupid, and I have no problems using that terminology to call you because you have everything available in your wheelhouse to actually get unstupid. And I've used that purposefully too because I think that if I use the kind of language you understand, maybe you'll listen a little bit more. There are incredible people in the United States doing incredible things. They are innovators, they are scientists, they are educators, and you are supporting an individual in an administration who wants to wipe them all out, who thinks that education is the anti-progress, that education is actually problematic. Why? Because he wants to pull you back to 1952, maybe even 1914. He wants to pull you back to an era in the United States where you don't have power, you don't have control, you have to sit home, shut up, and just listen to what the one newspaper has to say in order to educate you so they can keep you on the same hamster wheel you've been running for all the while. I don't hate people in the United States, huh? But I do really dislike potatoes. And when you choose stupid, well, you're just a vegetable, huh?
If you hate America so much, why don't you move to another country? Because it's better to dodge American bullets than dodge American bombs. God damn, I love my comment section sometimes. I made a video critiquing American imperialism, and once again, my commenters did not fail in responding to the insane propaganda we got as a response.
I left the US 8 months ago, and something that shocked me is that nobody likes America except for Americans. And even a lot of Americans don't like America. When I learned that people have no interest in visiting the US, I was shocked because I thought, isn't the US one of the best countries in the world? But I think that's what they teach us in the US.
Not even close.
People think Americans are loud, disrespectful, unruly, obnoxious, pretentious. One of my European friends said, I typically refuse to hang out with Americans, but you're all right. When Americans come to Japan, they're usually shocked that Japanese people don't speak a lot of English at all. And they'll say, why don't they speak English? But you're coming to someone else's country where they speak their language. Why don't you learn their language and you want to visit their country? For some reason, we also have to measure everything differently. Feet, inches, miles, pounds, Fahrenheit. When everyone else in the world uses meters, kilos, and Celsius.
So here's the craziest thing to me now.
Short line, massive weight, guilt without accountability is just self-pity dressed up as conscience. You can feel bad all you want, but that doesn't reverse a single policy or rebuild a single relationship. Consequences aren't punishment. They're just reality catching up to the choices you made. Own it or don't. But don't expect a standing ovation for feeling bad about it.
Now my comments are flooded with Trump voters that are like, it's none of your business who anybody voted for, and if you don't like someone because of who they voted for, then you're crazy. And I have news for you guys. No one's gonna be happy except yourselves. No one's gonna see you as members of a community because you're voted against everyone in your community. And you may not see it that way, and I understand that. But the fact of the matter is, you can't have submitted your vote and then be afraid of what people think of that, because you did that to yourself. You set yourself on that side of the line intentionally, and whatever, you had your reasons, fine. But do not expect people to be nice to you about it. Do not expect people to consider your feelings about it. And do not expect people to maintain the same relationship with you once they find out that you cast your vote that way. It's not just a vote, and you know that. You can't vote for a fascist and wonder why people are upset.
Make images that impress at the speed of AI. Describe an idea.
Are upset. It boggles the mind.
Would you throw away years of friendship because you found out your friend was a Trump supporter? So one of my friends, who's indigenous, found out that one of her friends is a Trump supporter. They've been friends about 6 or 7 years, and it just never came up in conversation. I think it could be because they might have just assumed the other one had the same belief system, you know, and it just didn't come up. Well, it came up today. So my friend said something about being upset about how Trump's administration wants to basically rewrite history and get rid of things in the African American community, in the indigenous Native community, the Mexican American community, just all of it. And then the other person went in. So my friend feels completely betrayed. She's like, how could you possibly? So she's confused. She's like, how could I have a friend who feels this way about people who look like me? So that is what she's going through. So what would you do?
I don't feel sorry for them either. I don't, like, at all. This is what they wanted. So when they get it, sorry, many people don't deserve the empathy. And I think this is another group that does not deserve our support. Because yes, you can make mistakes, but you also deserve the consequences of your mistakes. Your guilt does not absolve you. It just makes you human.
After the 2024 election, and after Trump more or less replicated George W. Bush's 2004 performance with Latinos and even Black Americans, right, to begin to reconstitute that Bush coalition, there was a lot of, I would say, crowing among Republicans. Like, oh, we are now this multiracial working class coalition. But it's important to sort of distinguish between an electoral coalition and a durable party coalition. A durable party coalition is pieced together through all kinds of moves, through all kinds of actions over time. Trump was able to assemble an electoral coalition that put him over the top. But the administration equated that with having bound those voters to the political project. And that's not what happened. It could have happened. There was a path to do that. But what happened instead was, operating under the assumption that the battle had been won, the Trump administration and the Republican allies in Congress just began to pursue every single ideological hobby horse and bugaboo that they have. And the result has been that this nascent coalition immediately began to fall apart, right? Because a bunch of these voters weren't voting for snatch and grabs of brown people.
The strongest point in this video is that America's reputation is not created only by ordinary citizens. It is also shaped by presidents, lawmakers, military decisions, trade threats, public statements, and the loudest political movement claiming to represent the country. Most people overseas do not personally hate every American they meet. What they often distrust is the image of America projected through aggressive foreign policy, political arrogance, and the MAGA habit of treating other nations as either servants, enemies, or obstacles. That distinction matters. A tourist from Ohio is not personally responsible for every decision made in Washington. But when American leaders insult allies, praise authoritarian figures, threaten other countries, or speak casually about violence, ordinary Americans may still carry the reputational burden. MAGA cannot spend years celebrating intimidation and then act shocked when the world sees America as intimidating. It cannot chant America first as though every other nation is disposable and then demand admiration from the people being dismissed. Respect is not automatic because a country is powerful. It is earned through reliability, humility, diplomacy, and the ability to listen. The tragedy is that millions of Americans reject this style of politics. They do not support cruelty, reckless threats, or blind nationalism. Yet MAGA is so loud, so confrontational, and so eager to wrap itself in the flag that outsiders can mistake it for the entire country. That is why repairing America's image requires more than insisting that foreigners are jealous. It requires admitting that the behavior being criticized is real and proving that America is larger, wiser, and more decent than the movement currently shouting in its name.
If you hate America, then just move.
If you're not happy here, you can leave. Hey, if you don't like America, go to another country.
No law requiring you to stay. This is obviously a silly argument meant to shut down dissent, but let's take it seriously for a second. Do you know how much it costs to move abroad? Let's do some math. According to one survey, Americans are particularly interested in Portugal, so let's start there. First, it costs around $130, depending on the current conversion rate, just to apply for a visa. You need to get an FBI background check. $20 to get an apostille for it, which is a type of certification. Then you have to get it translated. You have to get a copy of your birth certificate. Apostille, translated. There's a service fee to submit your visa application. You're also required to have health insurance while you're in Portugal, which is $35 a month on the low end. And of course, if you don't have a passport, that's $165. Oh, also, there are only 7 Portuguese consulates in the US, so you might have to travel out of state for a visa appointment. Let's be generous and say $400 for a consulate trip, and then at least $300 for the actual flight to Portugal. Once you're there, you have to apply for your residence permit. You might need an immigration attorney. You maybe even want to ship some of your belongings, which is very expensive, so let's say like just your clothes. So a non-comprehensive, rough estimate already puts us at $3,400, and this is for a single person before you account for housing. So if you're one of the 40% of Americans who couldn't cover a $1,000 emergency expense, you probably don't have the cash to move abroad. But even if you do have the $3,400 set aside, if you're not a digital nomad and you don't have a job to sponsor your residency, countries still want you to demonstrate that you won't be a burden to the state. So even though you typically can't work locally without residency, you'll still have to show you can support yourself to qualify for a visa. As I said, these numbers are very general estimates and of course will vary wildly person to person. But here's the bottom line. Your ability to move abroad is determined by your class. If you can invest 500,000 euros or $589,000 in funds or businesses in Portugal, you can qualify for their golden visa. Great for you. But if you're a working class person here and think it would be easier to be a working class person over there, the route is going to be harder, maybe close to impossible. So while love it or leave it is of course a way of delegitimizing all dissent, there's a deep irony here, because oftentimes the same people who tell unhappy Americans to fall in line or leave are the same ones who vote against debt relief and universal programs and wage hikes. The exact policies that would actually enable people to...
People don't hate us because they ain't us. They hate us because we go around the world dropping bombs on them and acting like a bully. Because if you're actually worried about U.S. national security, you should be a lot less worried about Greenland and immigrants and a lot more worried about how Trump's words and actions are causing people all around the world to radicalize against Americans. And with good reason. When the President of the United States is openly discussing invading and stealing a foreign country, not because they committed an act of war against us, or because we have any territorial claim to that land, but because he wants it. When they go in and kidnap a foreign leader, no matter how hated, and when he makes no secret of the fact that his interest in those countries is to plunder their natural resources, why would anyone like us? And I'm not even talking about governments here. I'm talking about individuals and individuals that form groups, especially when they see that their governments and institutions aren't doing enough to condemn and stop the United States of America. There are Americans who get this and Americans who don't. To the ones who don't, you need to wake the F up and realize he's the one causing anti-American sentiment to go through the roof.
If you don't like America, you should just leave.
guy sat right where you are. Told me he was 19 days out from a knee replacement. Glucosamine, collagen, 2 cortisone shots, none of it touched it. Then he told me what actually turned it around. And honestly, it had nothing to do with his age. That's the part that got me. Because everything we've been told about knee pain, the wear and tear, that you're just getting older, turns out to be pointed at the wrong thing entirely. And once he explained here's the part that floored me. The cushion in your knee, the cartilage, is the one tissue in your whole body with no blood supply. None. Every other part of you pulls nutrients straight from your bloodstream. Cartilage can't. It only feeds off the circulation in the tissue around it, like a sponge. So think about what that means. After about 40, your body makes less of the repair material every year, and the little that's left can't even get delivered to the joint. So the cushion thins, the bones start grinding, and it gets a little worse every single year. That's the part nobody expects. But now you know why the glucosamine did nothing. It's one isolated ingredient trying to rebuild a cushion that's made of a dozen different materials with no way to deliver it.
No, thank you. We're going to stay because we love America enough that we want to change it. We're going to stay and change it, not just for ourselves, but also because we know that not everybody has the opportunity to leave, even if they wanted to. You see, disagreeing with the government isn't disloyalty. It's engagement, and it's the most American thing I can think of. Patriotism isn't blind agreement with the guy in charge. We want to improve the United States because we know there's a better way to be, and we love our country. Trust me, we understand democracy, and we know that in order for it to survive, it requires participation, not abandonment. And we're gonna participate by voting, organizing, petitioning, and yes, protesting. If you don't like it, you should leave is an attempt to muzzle change. And that is the most undemocratic, un-American thing I can think of. Let me remind you that the First Amendment exists to foster disagreement and to challenge our status quo. So, no, I am not leaving, and neither is anybody I know, because unlike those who tell us that we should leave, I am a real patriot.
I'm sorry, America, but you still don't know how hated your country is. July 4th, 2026, America's Independence Day. The anniversary will be extravagantly celebrated, but America today is a frightful place. Slavery is being whitewashed. Academics, teachers, and activists who try to stop the erasure are being ostracized. Books about Black history or with gay characters are being banned in libraries. Abortion rights have been terminated by Supreme Court judges. Ruthless ICE men come for migrants of color, illegal as well as legal. Families are separated. The horror of such inhumanity. While I feel revulsion when it comes to Trump, to me, Trumpism is just a more extreme version of America's usual pride, greed, and destructiveness. For true and noble patriots, a reality check is now overdue. Worse still, the withdrawal of aid to the poorest countries is leading to epidemics and avoidable deaths, and US tech bosses refuse to accept reasonable regulation of the systems they have generated. This is becoming a threat to humanity itself. It's all done in your name. So when you celebrate Independence Day, remember your country as it really is.
One of MAGA's favorite responses to criticism is, if you do not like America, leave. It sounds patriotic, but it is actually an attempt to silence disagreement without answering it. Criticizing the government is not the same as rejecting the country. In a democracy, criticism is participation. Voting, protesting, organizing, reporting, questioning leaders, and demanding reform are not signs of disloyalty. They are some of the clearest signs that citizens still believe improvement is possible. Blind loyalty is far more dangerous. A government that is never questioned eventually learns that it can lie, abuse power, punish opponents, and make reckless decisions without consequences.
And that's exactly
Real
what's happening
patriotism
now.
does not require pretending the president is always right. It requires placing constitutional principles, human dignity, and the public interest above any politician. The leave argument is also deeply hypocritical. MAGA tells unhappy Americans to move elsewhere, but many of the same people oppose immigrants who leave struggling countries in search of safety, work, or opportunity. Apparently, migration becomes admirable when a dissatisfied American does it, but suspicious when someone else does the same thing in the opposite direction. And leaving is not a realistic option for millions of people. Moving abroad can require visa fees, legal documents, proof of income, health insurance, travel costs, housing deposits, employment sponsorship, and thousands of dollars before the move even begins. Working families who cannot cover an emergency expense cannot simply relocate to another continent because a stranger online dislikes their political opinion. That is what makes the slogan so dishonest. It pretends every person has the money, freedom, health, family situation, and legal qualifications to begin again somewhere else. More importantly, people should not have to abandon their home because they want
These are the
affordable
same
health
people
care,
that
better
didn't
wages,
like America
civil
during
rights,
the Biden
honest government,
administration.
or
Did
leaders
they
who
leave?
behave responsibly
No,
abroad.
they didn't.
Wanting a country to improve is not hatred, it is investment. MAGA's version of patriotism often sounds less like love and more like obedience. It says the flag must be praised, history must never be questioned, government wrongdoing must be excused when the correct party is responsible, and critics must either stay silent or leave. But a nation is not a politician. America is not Donald Trump. The Constitution is not a campaign hat. Loyalty to the country should never mean surrendering independent thought to the person currently holding power. The Americans who stay, organize, vote, challenge lies, and demand better are not abandoning the country. They are doing the work democracy requires. The people trying to silence them are the ones rejecting the basic idea that citizens have both the right and the responsibility to hold power accountable.
If you're a young person and you can't afford to live here, then maybe you should not live here. I mean, that is a real thing. Yeah, I know that we've now grown up in a society that says that you deserve to live where you grew up, but the reality is that the history of America is almost literally the opposite of that. The history of America is you go to a place where there is opportunity. And if the opportunities are limited here and they're not changing, then you really should try to think about other places where you have better opportunities.
Why would we make a better country? You should just leave. I mean, this is what we need to be telling people. If you can't afford to live somewhere, it's not a problem with the cost of these things, the rent seeking, the price gouging, and the low wages. It's your fault for living here. Trump's America First policy was supposed to be prioritizing the American people, not only in diplomacy, but in immigration and in economic decisions. His supporters wanted a complete overhaul in H-1B, L-1, L-4, opt, and student visas, but we didn't get that. There was supposed to be more opportunity in education and in work, but we're not getting that. We're getting the opposite. The intention was to give Americans more opportunity in everything, and in business, and in your taxes, higher wages, more available housing. But we're not getting that. Instead, we get people like Ben Shapiro telling you that it's your fault, that you need to leave because you can't afford it. Ben Shapiro believes America is just an economic zone. Every person on the planet is an interchangeable economic cog in the machine that can just come to America and integrate perfectly, and there is no difference. And if you're in America and you can't afford it, then you should just leave. This applies to families too. You shouldn't have kids if you can't afford it. Oh no, the birth rate is too low for every group in America. Let's just import 10 million more people. The government can pay contractors who are developing Section 8 to just house these people. They won't have to pay for anything, and they'll work for nothing. But you'll never own a home. You'll never have that cheap of housing or free housing. In fact, you're going to spend a majority of all the money you ever make on housing and probably never own that home. You'll be paying interest for 50 years. In the 2nd century BC, before the end of the Roman Republic, Plutarch writes, "Then the poor, deprived of their land, were no longer eager for military service and had few children, so that soon all of Italy was bereft of free men and filled with gangs of foreign slaves, through whom the rich cultivated their estates, having driven away all free citizens."
I'm really confused at why I keep finding MAGA followers on my page. My page is to help people escape the USA. Let me be clear, MAGA. You need to stay in the United States. You voted for this outcome. You cheered for Trump. You demanded this chaos. Now you get to live with it. Most people in the world disagree with you and do not want to see you
The anti-American sentiment that's growing is not aimed at every American, it's aimed at you, at the people who supported the guy who wrecked alliances, praised dictators, pulled out of climate agreements, and made the U.S. look like a circus on the global stage. So when you think you can just pack a bag and move somewhere else to get away from the downfall of the USA, nope. Other countries have been watching you and your party. They saw the rallies, the chants, the hate that you enabled, and they do not want that hate exported into their communities. You voted for isolation. You voted for division. You voted for a man who promised walls. My page is for the people who you voted against. So don't follow me and stay in your burning country that you created.
Sleepy Joe Biden said that he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Is that? That would be. Yeah. Biden actually didn't say that he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Trump said that. Really? Can you prove that?
Stand up. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
You're putting forth false information, misleading information. What are you, a communist? Are you socialist? Socialist. Hey, sir, can I have you to should I have?
I was in Paris for the last few
What a
days.
fucking moron.
And they just genuinely hate us. Like, I told a few people who said, like, where are you from? American. And they literally just wanted to smack me in the face. They were like, are you a bad person? And I was like, I was like, no. They were like, do you like Trump? I was like, no. But it was a vicious hatred. I had one conversation with this guy late night, and he was like, you are the leader of the free world. You are not setting me good examples. And it's like, when a French dude says it, I just want to disagree. I'm like, I agree with you, but it was tough.
Don't say much now, you.
No one else is getting her first kiss.
I'm not going to allow these shoes down quick.
Did I like it?
Oh, my first kiss!
I wanted to control her. Instead, I lost control over myself. And the worst part, I'm starting to like it.
With Wawa's rewards program, you can earn points every day. But you gotta get rewarded. You gotta Wawa.
It was tough.
You could literally release the photos of Trump doing what he's being accused of doing, and they would go either, no, that's not real, that's Photoshop, actually. Everything else in the files are real, like whatever it says about Bill Clinton or Michael Jackson or whatever, that's all real, but they're just trying to get after Trump, and that's why they faked it. Trump could stand on stage and say, I did this, and literally quote what he did, and they would go, see, he's being funny, he's being ironic. Or they would, sadly, I've seen people
Members of
go,
the cult.
yeah, and you know what? Maybe more of us should be less ashamed about our actions. And you're like,
or given what we talked about earlier, where they would just form a prayer circle, forgive him, and move on.
at its core, I think it's the comfort in not needing facts, evidence, anything. Just, oh, I believe it because I believe it because that's what I believe. I don't need to see anything else. I just believe it. It's just faith. The whole blind faith thing. And then also, I think he does a lot of things, and they're living a little bit vicariously through him. And sometimes it's the performative nature of the racism, sometimes it's just blatant racism. Trump is a racist. And they're like, man, he's just out here saying it. I know so many people who their reason for voting for Trump was because he just says what we're all thinking. It's like, brother, we're not all thinking that. He's saying what you're thinking. He's not saying what I'm thinking.
Good luck, Canada, hating USA. This will not end well for you. You know what? Thank you. I appreciate you posting this, because what you posted is exactly what I abhor. Go look up that word. Oh, wait.
Treats.
They're voting for maybe another stimulus check. And the polling shows this. Among black voters, among Latino voters, among young voters, young men in particular, every gain Trump made in 2024 hasn't just reversed itself, but has gone basically fleeing in the other direction.
I had a little visit with MAGA Mom yesterday, and her husband was there, and it may have been the most depressing one yet. I showed them my support for Ukraine bracelet. She said, "Did you just like those colors?" I said, "No, I support Ukraine in the war against Putin." He interjects and says, "Hey, did you see Biden, his very last speech that he made on TV?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "You know that wasn't him." I said, "Was it one of the lizard people or an alien?" "No, it was someone who looked like him, but it wasn't him." So then I said, "Since when are you boomers voting for Putin? Since when have you turned tail and now we're all excited about Russia and Putin?" And the saddest thing I ever heard was my MAGA mom say, "Well, they're not really our neighbors, so I don't think we have to worry about Russia." So I say, "Do you want me to show you on a map just how close we are to Russia within walking distance?"
Yeah, the Bering Strait.
She said, "Well, that's Alaska.
Russia's
If they go after Alaska, that's not going to affect me." And I said, "So, as long as it doesn't affect you."
Alaska is America, you dumb bitch. It's our 49th state, you fucking cunt.
So I think the lack of empathy is dead dog on there, and the lack of sympathy,
Lack of intelligence, too.
and caring for others.
Yeah, we're what, 40 miles away from Russia. 40 miles across the Bering Strait. That's it.
But I think it's actually wild as
That's
fuck
Russia. That's how
for y'all
close we are to
asking us
Russia.
to donate to the future farmers of America when if they voted the right way. The money that they were getting previously, they would still be getting, and they wouldn't be out here penny pinching poor people for money. You won't get my change. I voted for you to get money. You voted against it.
Yep.
Good luck in the future.
Jesus and Lord. God.
Another major issue is why America's reputation has become so complicated overseas. MAGA often explains foreign criticism as jealousy, weakness, or simple hatred. That answer protects the ego, but it avoids the history and the behavior that shaped the criticism. People in other countries watch American elections, military actions, trade disputes, and diplomatic threats because decisions made in Washington can affect their jobs, food prices, security, and families. They are not observing American politics as entertainment. For many of them, the consequences are personal. When an American leader threatens another nation, insults an ally, praises political violence, or talks about international relationships like business deals between winners and losers, the rest of the world notices. When MAGA personalities speak enthusiastically about bombing countries, crushing economies, or forcing other governments into submission, that rhetoric does not remain inside an American rally. It travels instantly across television screens and social media. Then ordinary Americans travel abroad and wonder why people seem cautious. That does not justify mistreating an individual simply because of their nationality. Holding a tourist personally responsible for an entire government would be unfair. But Americans should still understand where the frustration comes from instead of dismissing it. MAGA has spent years presenting arrogance as confidence. It treats not knowing about another country as something funny. It celebrates leaders who speak with certainty even when they lack information. It mocks diplomacy as weakness and confuses intimidation with respect. The sports clip mentioned in this video captures that attitude perfectly. Someone proudly admitting they know nothing about another country while publicly talking down to it. That may feel like harmless national pride at home, But abroad, it reinforces the stereotype of Americans who expect attention without offering curiosity or respect in return. Humility would change that. Learning a few words of another language, understanding local customs, knowing basic history, and remembering that America is not the default setting for the planet are simple forms of respect. The deeper problem is that MAGA made ignorance part of its political identity. Experts became suspicious, changing your mind became weakness, and admitting uncertainty became unacceptable. The loudest person in the room was treated as the strongest, even when that person was wrong. That mentality damages more than America's image. It makes good policy harder because a nation cannot solve problems it refuses to understand. The answer is not national shame. Americans do not need to apologize for existing or accept every accusation made against their country. The answer is maturity. Recognize mistakes, defend what is good, correct what is harmful, and listen when the rest of the world explains how American power affects them. Respect does not come from demanding applause. It comes from behaving in a way that deserves it.
I built over 74 million listeners without a record label, agent, or manager. How is this even possible? Stevie Baby, the leader in independent music distribution since 1990. My name is Molly.
I think it's so crazy every time I make a video where I'm like mildly criticizing the government or like saying like, hey guys, maybe we shouldn't trust them. Hey guys, there's always somebody. It never fails. Well, why don't you just run for president since you can do such a good job, since you know what you're talking about? You hate America so much, how about you just leave? Criticizing your government is not the same thing as hating your country. Holy shit. The idea that you have to blindly support politicians to be considered patriotic is actually like such a dangerous mindset. And your loyalty to the United States of America should never mean loyalty to the people in power in the United States of America. Call out the lies, call out the contradictions, call out the inconsistencies. That doesn't make you anti-American. You're paying attention. We're locked in. We just watched a presidential election cycle where so much misinformation was being said that the debates had to have a live fact checker because neither candidate knew what the fuck they were talking about. But I should run for office because I recognize that something's wrong. I should go be president. Do I have to be a chef to know that my food tastes like shit? I didn't think so. I think a lot of people are just uncomfortable with the criticism because I'm forcing you to question everything that you've been told and that you believe. But holding your government accountable is not unpatriotic. It's necessary because a government that's never questioned is a government that can do whatever it wants. Real patriotism isn't blind loyalty. It's the willingness to hold your power accountable even when it's making people uncomfortable. Ding, 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 ding.
Especially when it's doing something
I
wrong.
want you to take note to the fact that
like it is
America
right now.
is literally collapsing. Like the world is watching us die. They're making fun of the fact that we have to stand in line for healthcare. Our food is poisoned. We're out here, burning stuff down. We're out here fighting each other. The racism, all of this stuff that's going on, and not one country is hanging an American flag to support us.
Oh, okay. Wait, this is cool. You support immigration now. So you're saying that if someone is unhappy with their current state of government and the current state of their country, they should go to another country. And if you really wanted to leave, I'm sure you would really appreciate a country offering you safety. It actually kind of sounds like what you don't want America to do for other countries.
Yep.
Sounds a little hypocritical to me, Teresa.
In Europe, nobody understands what is going on in America. No, we don't understand what Trump does. No, we think it's totally ridiculous.
It's a bit strange.
In our eyes, as we see it, that a criminal can run for president.
You have to be educated.
I am educated. I'm telling you all about it.
Iran does not negotiate in good faith like people of the Western civilization.
We negotiate in good faith when Donald Trump says a whole civilization is going to die tonight if they don't come to the table. That's negotiating in good faith. Threatening genocide against a whole group of people. That's good faith.
That's a decision that's made by the
president of the United States.
No. Iran's Iran's, what pisses you all off about Americans?
Everything.
What an idiot.
I don't like Americans, I'm sorry. Mannerisms.
The craziest thing is no one hates Americans more than Canadians. Why do y'all hate your neighbors so much?
They're rude. Yeah, I feel like rudeness.
It's wild to me because I thought Canadians act very similar to Americans, no?
No, we're nice people.
You're nicer than Americans.
Yeah. Personally, the politics, they're a whack country that way.
Damn. So you could live in the U.S.?
I would not want to. If I lived in the U.S., it'd be like East Coast, New York.
Maryland?
Maine. Is that where you're from?
No, I'm British.
Oh, you're British. Not the. That's the one thing, not the South.
Why not the South?
Republicans.
In Europe, nobody understands what is going on in America. No, we don't understand what Trump does. No, we think it's totally ridiculous.
It's a bit strange.
In our eyes, as we see it, that a criminal can run for president. That's totally out of order in Holland.
You can have a president who has a conviction, who has been convicted.
Unfortunately,
The president who is not born in the USA, that's a no-no. Somebody like Clinton, he has to be impeached because he lied. And then you got Trump, who only tells lies. I don't understand it.
But it's also, we can't imagine that somebody who's 83, 84, what is he, runs for president. It has often happened that
what the hell?
the guy
Come on.
or the woman who gets the most votes doesn't become president. And that's in our
Called the
eyes, that's
Electoral
ridiculous.
College, and it needs
This
to
is
go.
why blocking spam calls never stops.
It needs
You
to
mean
go.
just some random caller? No.
A lot of Republicans would even
Somebody
agree
that
on
numbers.
this to go.
It's not the callers. It's the massive leak behind them.
Okay, so what do you do?
Well, I run my number through.
We can blame the Electoral College for
Took out
Trump
my
even
data
being
on
here.
120
If he'd have
bad
lost in
voters, and then
16,
it started removing
good chance that he wouldn't be here right now. He'd be somewhere else.
And the spam just stops.
Yeah, my phone went silent. Text stopped. Scammers lost access to me. If you want your phone back, click the link below to finally stop spam at the source.
Years ago, I almost let my own father get a knee replacement he didn't need. He was 71. His doctor said,
Come on.
The final lesson is that MAGA is not every American, even though it has worked aggressively to become the image the world sees first. Millions of Americans reject Trump's politics. They do not
I'm one
believe
of them.
patriotism requires hostility toward immigrants, contempt for allies, attacks on education, or loyalty to one man. They want their country to be respected because it acts responsibly, not feared because its leaders speak loudly. But those Americans face a difficult problem. MAGA is highly visible. Its rallies, conspiracy theories, aggressive slogans, viral confrontations, and proudly uninformed interviews travel farther than quieter examples of decency and competence. Outrage is easier to export than ordinary life. That means rebuilding trust will happen one interaction at a time. An American traveling abroad cannot repair decades of foreign policy alone, but they can listen instead of immediately becoming defensive. They can acknowledge that criticism of the United States is not necessarily a personal attack. They can explain that the country contains many political traditions and that Trump's movement does not speak for everyone. At home, rebuilding trust requires rejecting the idea that facts are optional. Political loyalty should never become so strong that evidence can be dismissed automatically. When every damaging report is called fake, every contradiction is excused as humor, and every failure is blamed on an enemy, a political movement becomes impossible to hold accountable. That is not strength, it is dependency. Trump's greatest political advantage has been convincing supporters that defending him is the same as defending themselves. Any criticism of his conduct becomes an insult to their identity. Any foreign concern becomes proof that outsiders hate America. Any demand for evidence becomes persecution. That emotional arrangement protects Trump far more than it protects his voters. A healthier patriotism would separate national pride from personal worship. It would allow Americans to celebrate the country's achievements while
Last
confronting
tree.
its failures. It would recognize that
Woo-hoo-hoo.
learning from other nations does not make America weaker. Other countries may have better approaches to healthcare, transportation, education, public safety, or worker protections. Studying those systems is not surrender, it is intelligence. America's reputation can recover, but not through denial. It will recover when leaders treat allies with respect, when citizens reject cruelty as entertainment, and when knowledge becomes more valuable than performative confidence. The most important message for people watching from outside the United States is this: the loudest MAGA voice is not the whole country. And the most important message for Americans is equally direct. Do not become angry at the world for believing the image your political movement deliberately broadcast. Change the image by changing the behavior. Challenge misinformation. Defend democratic participation. Travel with humility. Listen when others describe the consequences of American power. The flag does not become weaker when citizens demand better. It becomes meaningful only when the values attached to it are practiced. MAGA wants patriotism to mean obedience. A functioning democracy requires something much stronger: responsibility.
If you want to know why the rest of the world hates the United States so much, look no further than this clip. So the United States plays Bosnia in the round of 32 of the World Cup on Wednesday. And the people of Bosnia, and quite frankly the rest of the world, is up in arms over this ABC reporter from Los Angeles talking trash on the news.
Okay, the next round, Team USA will play Bosnia next Wednesday. And one thing about Bosnia, I could not point out where it is on a map. I don't know the first thing about Bosnia, and I don't want to know. That's because Team USA, we're back, we're better than ever. That's next Wednesday. Get prepared, Bosnia, because you don't want it. You don't want it like that. But you're going to get it. That's next Wednesday.
Let's go back to 1953, shall we? When Iran had a democratic elected president, the United States didn't like him. We pulled a coup d'etat, and what did we do? We stuck the authoritarian dictator, the Shah, in power. That's when the I Hate America started, was way back in the 50s when we interfered in their democratic elections. But how convenient we are that we forget that. Then in 1979, what took place? The Ayatollahs took over, who were probably worse than the Shah. But let's remember, the hatred of America was started by America. It was not started by the Iranians. We interfered in their government way back in the 50s and overturned their democratic elected president, and then the dictatorship started with the Shah and now went to the Ayatollahs, and here we are today. But I'd like for Congressman Lawler to at least try to go back in history from before he was born to see what could have occurred, and that the United States was the person that caused the hatred between the two countries.
Newsflash, if America is coming to your country to bring democracy, you're fucked. There has never been an instance in human history where American intervention actually benefited the people in said country. And you know, at first it may seem great, like, oh my god, America's just getting rid of the problem. No, babes, America is the problem.
I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people. We're cutting your taxes.
Make images that impress at the speed of AI. Describe an idea and watch it appear. From prompt to polished PDF.
I love G-Fiber.
I love my G-Fiber. Dude, Google Fiber's the best. Fast and reliable.
Quality's great, speed's great, affordable, $70 a month. You can't really beat that.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Trump is my favorite president. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II. Because I'm pro-life doesn't mean I won't kill you. I'm going to be the judiciary chairman if I get reelected. When the night falls, the bombs drop. So I got to go here in a minute. To our friends in Israel, finish the job. Do what you have to do to bring about the regime change that will allow your children to sleep through the night. To the American people, wake up. Understand what we're fighting.
Dang it.
The Ayatollah's not
Come
normal.
on.
These are not normal people. We're going to blow the hell out of these people. This
Come
regime
on.
is in a death row now. It is going to be on its knees. It's going to fall.
Here's what I would tell China, India, and Brazil. If you keep buying cheap Russian oil to allow this war to continue, we're going to tariff the hell out of you.
and we're going to crush your economy because what you're doing is blood money.
Going viral after a MAGA mom who's on SNAP benefits called out her family for not lending her money for groceries. In this
Love that
Facebook
story.
post, this mom said that her husband is on the GI Bill and she has 2 kids. She continues by saying she's at her wit's end and she's overwhelmed and doesn't know what to do. She said that she asked her husband's mom. The mom responded with, "You voted for this." Now, of course, I had to read through the comments section on this post, and the comments varied. In reading the comments section of the post, it looked like people were split. Some who have great relationships with their family in light of different political stances said they would help.
Did this Trump supporter vote for this?
My daughter's father has been in America for almost 10 years. He has done everything the right way, trying to come here from Venezuela with his mom.
Your boyfriend came from Venezuela. You do know Trump used the Alien Enemies Act to go after Venezuelans who were seeking asylum in America. So according to Trump, your boyfriend is probably an illegal alien terrorist invader. When Trump says illegals poison the blood of America, he meant your boyfriend.
He graduated high school here, he goes to college, he's always worked, he pays taxes, he's never committed a crime.
It doesn't
And
matter.
yet, they are being denied citizenship here in America, and they are at risk of being deported. My daughter is 3 years old.
This is terrible. But you need to understand, when you voted for Trump, you voted for other people to feel the pain that you're feeling now.
And I don't think anybody is understanding how dangerous it is in Venezuela right now. He was held at gunpoint.
Yeah, we know it's dangerous in these countries, which is why America has asylum laws. The same asylum laws Trump is illegally shutting down right now. And if you want to come and advocate for, we're going to fight for you. We're going to fight for you, fight for your boyfriend, fight for your child. We need you to fight for everyone else in the world. We need you to join us. Please care about your neighbors, care about your fellow humans, not only your fellow Americans, but your fellow people in general. And if you vote for disastrous, terrible, inhumane policies like someone like Trump proposes, it will come back to haunt you eventually. It's a really tough lesson. I hope the best for you, but you need to shift your worldview. Please drop a like, repost this video, and follow my page.
This video raises a question MAGA rarely wants to answer honestly. What does patriotism look like when the rest of the world is no longer impressed by the performance? Trump's movement treats America's power as proof that America deserves automatic admiration. It assumes other countries should accept insults, threats, trade pressure, military aggression, and political arrogance, then continue viewing the United States as a trusted leader. That is not how respect works. Respect is built through reliability, restraint, knowledge, and the ability to understand that other nations have dignity, history, interests, and fears of their own. When American leaders behave like every relationship is a test of dominance, people abroad do not see strength. They see instability. MAGA then becomes angry at the reaction it helped create. It tells Americans that foreigners are jealous. It says criticism proves the world hates freedom. It refuses to consider that people may be responding to specific policies, reckless statements, or decades of intervention that affected their countries directly. The same movement that tells critics to leave America also condemns migrants who leave troubled countries looking for safety and opportunity. It celebrates an American moving abroad as personal freedom, then describes someone moving to America as an invasion. The contradiction could not be clearer, but love it or leave it is not an argument about immigration. It is a command to stop questioning power. It says citizenship requires
This is not
obedience,
freedom.
and that dissatisfaction cancels your right to participate. That idea is undemocratic. Democracy depends on people who criticize leaders, challenge falsehoods, protest injustice, investigate misconduct, and demand that the country live up to its stated principles.
I know fellow artists when I see one. My name is Melina KB. I've been an independent musical theater pop artist for the last 5 years.
The First Amendment was not created to protect compliments. It exists because dissent is necessary when power becomes comfortable. America is not Donald Trump. The flag is not MAGA merchandise. Criticizing an administration is not rejecting the nation. In fact, blind loyalty may be far more dangerous than criticism. When supporters treat every accusation as fake, every contradiction as a joke, and every failure as somebody else's fault, a leader becomes nearly impossible to hold accountable. That is not patriotism, it is political surrender. The world needs to remember that MAGA is not every American. Billions of people reject Trump's cruelty, his attacks on democratic norms, and his habit of treating allies like enemies. They do not believe ignorance is strength, or that empathy is weakness. Unfortunately, MAGA is loud. Its most aggressive voices travel quickly, and the most embarrassing clips become international evidence of what America supposedly represents. That reputation cannot be repaired by demanding that foreigners stop judging. It will be repaired by changing the behavior they are judging. Americans can begin by listening without immediately becoming defensive. They can recognize that criticism of American policy is not hatred of every American person. They can travel with humility, learn about other cultures, and stop expecting the world to operate as an extension of the United States. Political leaders must do more. They must treat diplomacy as responsibility rather than humiliation. They must understand history before making threats, respect alliances, and remember that words spoken in Washington can create fear thousands of miles away. Real strength is not the ability to frighten people. It is the ability to build trust without surrendering principle. This is unfiltered voters. MAGA promised to make America respected again, but respect cannot be bullied into existence. A country does not become great by demanding applause, silencing critics, or treating ignorance as authenticity. It becomes worthy of respect when its citizens question power, defend rights, learn from mistakes, and refuse to confuse one political leader with the nation itself. So when someone says, if you do not like America, leave, the answer should be simple. No, we will stay. We will vote. We will organize. We will criticize. We will demand better leadership. We will defend the right of others to do the same. That is not hatred of America. That is faith that America can still become better than the version MAGA is presenting to the world.
His policy he actually ran on was to decrease taxes for rich people and increase them for the working class. Okay, that's what his tax policy was.
My taxes went down.
Okay, well, the tax policy under the Biden-Harris administration, or the Harris administration, would have been the same for you, but it would have specifically increased taxes for income over $300,000 a year, on income over $400,000 a year, rather than Donald Trump's policy that specifically does massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires and increases your taxes by imposing more tariffs that are aggressively negatively impacting low and middle income individuals. Not only through the context of increased prices, but because it's affecting jobs numbers, right. It's affecting the GDP, it's affecting many of the different aspects of the economy that are relevant towards the standards for the everyday average working American. So you can sit there and say it's not affecting you at all, but that doesn't at all look at the real impacts from this policy.
So yeah, so broadly speaking here, Parker, do you have a CPA? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you have a CPA and you file taxes every year?
Yeah.
Okay, so at some point, I'm not sure what income bracket you get into, but at some point, once you start making a certain amount of money, people tax deductions happen in different ways. It's not just your taxed federal amount, state amount. You can have deductions based on other aspects of life. So once you get to a certain tax bracket, if you make over $400,000 a year, jumping your tax amount from 20% to 30% doesn't have the effect that people think it does.
Yes, it does.
I take what you go if you're not ready for hard results and a great night. Seriously, you get blood flow, arousal, and connection. All of that in this little gold packet. They don't call this the best 4-in-1 for nothing. But man, once you're ready for solid results, head over to BlueChew.com and get the quarterly plan. Oh yeah, you get 1 month free.
welcome to this latest edition of Silicon Grapevine. This episode is
on,
AI-driven workflows, the future of design and IP management, and it's brought to you by the Electronic System Design Alliance, a semi-technical coalition. And my guest to talk about this topic is Dean Draco, who's a president, CEO, and founder of IC Manage and several other companies. But Dean, hello, how are you?
Good. Nice to be here.
Oh, good. Well, I think we wouldn't sort of start without getting a bit of your background. So tell us a little bit about sort of the journey in this EA.
One, it creates incentives if they are business owners to reinvest into their firms, because if their top marginal tax rate is higher, that means they would have been taxed otherwise on that money to a greater extent if they do not do a tax write-off. So if they do a tax write-off, i.e. reinvest into their firm or into their workers specifically, it would be more profitable for them to do so. So what we're doing is we're creating, through a progressive tax structure, a greater incentive for employers to pass down their money to their employees. And this is income tax. I would also like to increase capital gains tax, specifically for income over $1 million a year, which is what Harris was advocating for, 28% for over $1 million a year in capital gains, which is way lower than we have for income tax.
Your first argument there was that people say, like, especially a Democratic talking point that we don't like is that I don't like tax the rich. We have to tax the rich, tax the rich. What you just said is let's tax the rich and then have them not pay taxes by investing into their business.
Well,
that's exactly what you said.
No, you didn't understand. I said it creates an incentive by having a top marginal tax rate to reinvest into their firms so they can do it as a tax write-off. Right? Because if they do a tax write-off, what they save is their top marginal tax rate. So it creates a greater incentive for them to reinvest into their firm because it is the case that there is a higher top marginal tax rate.
There's no... Yeah, you essentially, what you just said is they don't pay the taxes, they invest into some sort of deduction, which in return is not paying taxes. That's literally what you just said.
Yeah, so if it is the case that you understand deductions exist, right? They deduct, like a cost for the business. Okay?
Yep.
If they deduct the cost for the business, i.e. giving money to their employees, that's going to save them their top marginal tax rate. They would have otherwise paid that in taxes because it would have counted as income.
That's not accurate.
What's inaccurate about what I said?
When you say giving money to your employees, people don't you can't just toss out 10 grand to your employees and deduct it from your taxes. That's not how that works.
Yes, you can. That would be wages. You pay out wages and you deduct that from your taxes.
The whole argument of tax the rich and what you just said, you increase the tax amount to lower deductions. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Okay.
And point proven,
tell me what to explain.
Taxes have not increased under Trump. Like, I don't, if you make less than $30,000 a year, maybe they went up 2%, 3%.
Taxes have increased under Trump. Tariffs or taxes. Can you tell me what a tariff is?
Oh my gosh, that's so embarrassing for you.
What's embarrassing? You said Trump is claiming that they're getting revenue from tariffs. If they're getting revenue from tariffs, that's a tax on Americans that they're getting revenue from.
We can't. I don't even want to go into the whole tariff thing because it's completely. I can't have that conversation with you because it's not going to go anywhere.
Because I'm educated?
No, because you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
You're just simply wrong. Businesses play tariffs. The importers pay tariffs.
Damn it.
And tariffs are so good for our country. That's another thing.
No, they're not.
What we're doing is incentivizing people to invest in America, which, if you pull from your tax little argument there, like deductions and investing into their business, that's all a tariff is forcing people to invest in America. So the fact that you're against it is so cruel to people who actually need.
You're just demonstrating your ignorance, you dumb
for 8 hours a day and make a living.
Okay, well, it's not forcing to invest in America. It actually decreases the likelihood that countries around the world will invest in America because it imposes a tax, right? That will then cause the American importer to pay more for the good that they buy from countries around the world. Can I please explain? Meaning that it would then decrease how much they buy from those different suppliers around the world, therefore decreasing the amount that they invest into our country. Right, one, that way. Secondly, through the context of there being retaliatory tariffs placed on us, meaning that our businesses will be able to sell less to their countries around the world because our goods will be debated less in their countries. Secondly, we can point to the idea that you just said businesses pay tariffs. Well,
can I type in here?
Can I please finish? businesses.
You're saying the same thing you already said. So let me.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not
Have
saying the same thing.
looked
Can I
at
please
any of the
finish?
trade deals that
Can
Trump
I
has made?
Can I please finish?
You his
and then
ass.
you can talk about the trade deals. Yeah, so you were saying that businesses were the ones that just pay the tariffs. That's actually misleading because it is the case that it's an aspect of the cost reduction and distribution. It's not a tax on the profits, so it's actually going to cause upward pressure on the prices to a significantly greater extent than any other tax that we could point to, and that will specifically lead to upward pressure on prices. And the only way that there would be specifically an increase in domestic production is if there were an increase in the price of consumer goods, because then it would incentivize consumers to buy goods from American-made producers rather than like foreign-made producers. So that's actually like how you think tariffs are going to then lead to more production in the U.S. That's the only way it would.
Okay, so if you've looked at any of the trade deals that Trump has actually made, you would recognize that other countries, normally in most cases, it's a 50% flat tariff, like with the European Union, and we pay no tariffs. And then on top of that, with that trade deal being made, Trump went out and took the initiative to recoup some of the investment due to the fact that they were taking advantage of our trade laws. I think the European Union was like $600 billion they're giving us. Japan was like another 300 or 400 billion. The Qatar and what's another one? I think it not Dubai, but the Arab of Emirates was like another 500 billion. So that's simply just not true. And we are not paying tariffs in, they are. And then when it comes to tariffs and how that actually increases cost of goods, the only goods that are going to go up in cost are the goods manufactured not in our country. Do you understand?
Not true. Because, I mean, if we reduce supply, price goes up given the same demand. Secondly, if you want to look at this, so the claims of investing from different countries, one does not mean that's because of Trump, because it is the case that Trump's trying to take, Trump is trying to take credit for all of these different types of things that would have happened otherwise, right? Or are just claims that are just private investment in the very first place. And actually, we can look at that by specifically looking at manufacturing investment in this country. Real manufacturing investment in the U.S. has declined since Trump got in office. So the idea that manufacturing investment is going to massively increase hasn't been substantiated yet, because it is the case that we've seen increased cost of production for domestic manufacturers in the United States, because aspects of the manufacturing process come from countries around the world. Although it's assembled in the U.S., aspects of the production process come from countries around the world. So when you place these universal tariffs, it harms their ability to domestically manufacture in the United States. Plus, there's not much of an incentive in the long run to bring back manufacturing to the United States, because the next president could just overturn the tariffs. Secondly, and thirdly, they're not necessarily justified to be legal yet, right? So like there was like an appellate court that went over it, and it is the case didn't actually justify that it was legal, so they can appeal that to the Supreme Court. But I mean, right now it doesn't look like it's in good standing for there to be tariffs established through the way in which Donald Trump has imposed the tariffs through the emergency clauses.
Right.
So
Donald Trump appealed that and did take it to the Supreme Court. An Obama-appointed judge actually sided with Trump on that case. I want you to look up the European Union deal and tell me exactly how
they haven't gone to the Supreme Court yet. That's not true.
No, not yet. That's true. But in the case that Trump lost, an Obama-appointed judge ruled in his favor. I think it was like
in what way?
It was 7-4. It was 7-4, and Trump, or that Obama-appointed judge, was one of the 4 people voting in Trump's favor. So that is true. It's true. It's point proof. It's true.
Well, wait. By the way, that doesn't change whether or not it's currently in standing to not be legal.
No, but you guys, when you like to talk court battles and legality, you're like, oh, the Trump-appointed judge voted against Trump. Well, an Obama-appointed judge voted with Trump. So just a little look at your own medicine.
Okay, but that doesn't really demonstrate anything there for you.
Okay, so
like when I reference that it's a Trump-appointed judge, it verifies that it's legitimate information. Whereas if an Obama-appointed judge specifically just makes a claim about whether or not they think tariffs are illegal or not, that's not a claim specifically to say that it's going to be considered legal on a federal stage where we reference the Supreme Court. I just don't see how that follows.
So we can get back once it goes through the Supreme Court, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. But I really want to hone in on that whole European Union deal, because you said that Trump had nothing to do with the fact that they're investing in America. Without tariffs, without pressure from tariffs, and there's a reason, right? You got to think about it. Just take a step back, take a few deep breaths, and think about it. Trump puts tariffs on a country. The country doesn't want to pay the tariffs. They settle with Trump by giving him $600 billion and allowing U.S. companies to manufacture and send products over to those countries tariff-free. That is spick and span reason for reason.
What stops these countries from just claiming they're going to do that much in investment and then not doing it?
Donald Trump.
So Donald Trump will just impose the tariff in the future?
No. Donald Trump is enforcing the fact that they are required to pay X of them.
So he'll increase the tariff in the future, is that what you're saying?
Not even close.
So he won't increase the tariff. So then what punishment do they get for not doing the investment?
Oh, that's a great question. Honestly, so I don't know. But you might be right there in terms of maybe tariffs get increased or leverage from not allowing their companies to send any products to the Americans.
So by the way, it just sounds like a bunch of countries are just going to claim a number, right? And they don't actually have to fulfill that number. There's no an enforcement mechanism for them fulfilling that number. How is Trump going to even identify that? I mean, there's so many issues with that we wouldn't even be able to identify. It seems like it's just like one of those things where they're just trying to claim numbers to like make Trump look good. Like how when Mark Zuckerberg specifically like said, "Oh, I didn't know which number you wanted me to say." He's not actually going to bring that much money in terms of investment because of Trump. He's just claiming a number because he wants to know Trump's good side, right? That's it.
Okay. Yeah, I did see that.
It's like the South Park thing where everyone goes, "Trump, you do not have a little face." It's not like,
But when Japan's, I don't know if Japan is a president or what they call him over there, but when the leader of Japan and the leader of the United States are in the Oval Office signing a trade deal, there's pretty substantial weight behind that, wouldn't you say?
No. Because I think that we have worse relationships with all these countries. One, because we have less public confidence with our leader compared to Democratic leaders, given that Trump is in office. And secondly, we're threatening them. Threats don't actually create better conditions for allyship and trade in the long run. If your friend threatens you to try and get like a trade from you, you're not going to trust them as much in the future, so you're less likely to help them out in the future, right? Because they literally try to go after you. So the idea that this is going to lead to better conditions in terms of trade, especially in the long run, is definitely not justified. And it also shows the rest of the world that they can't trust the United States to be like the world leader. That's why under Trump's first administration, Angela Merkel was determined to be like the leader of the free world and not Trump, because Trump was so absurdly insane that, no one else wanted to follow him and no one else had confidence in him.
I would almost guarantee all of the 6,000 people watching this have no idea who that dude is you just mentioned. No one has heard that before because he's completely irrelevant.
I'm sorry, people in the comment section are not as uneducated as you. You don't have to project, that's okay.
Repeat that name one more time so I can look into it later.
You don't even know the name I just said. You don't know the name. You should be able to tell me, right?
I just asked you to repeat it because it was so long and obscured and unrelated that
really?
I would have already.
A lot of people know who Angela Merkel is, right?
Angela Merkel.
Yeah, she had a significantly higher approval rating and confidence rating than Donald Trump, almost 3 times higher.
What country does she run?
Germany. She was the German chancellor.
So you're telling me that Germany, Angela Merkel was the leader of the free world?
Yes, in 2018, because you didn't even know when Trump was president. Trump wasn't president in 2016. In 2018, they categorized her as the leader of the free world. Yes, because it is the case that they did not trust Trump.
Germany was leading. See, that doesn't. you look at it; it's just not even possible. It doesn't matter who the United States is the leader of the free world.
Not anymore.
Doesn't matter who's president. That's just the case.
And
not anymore.
To a lesser degree because Trump is the leader, and I gave you examples of that being the case. And you can sit here and you can laugh at me, but I mean, that's not like something to be happy about. That Trump is harming our relationships with our allies insofar as that they don't even trust us anymore. That's not good.
Yeah,
when you use the word harm, I'm going to use the word. I'm going to use the term not being ran over. If you have a friend who constantly uses you over and over and over again for something that you have, and you get nothing in return, at some point you put your foot down and you say, "Hey, I like you, I like our friendship, I like what you do, but you can't do this anymore.
Who are we getting nothing from?
Everybody. Literally everybody. Before Trump enacted tariffs, the tariff percentage...
So then we should get rid of all of our allies, right?
That's not what I said. I said from the tariff percentage before Trump enacted tariffs.
Wait, how can you say that we simultaneously get nothing from everybody and then we're getting all of these massive trade deals?
Every single country had higher tariff rates than the United States. Almost every single.
What were the tariff rates? Tell me a single country where you know a specific tariff rate that they had on our country.
I can't, but I guarantee you if you
don't even know what you're talking about.
100%.
You can't name a single country and a single percentage tariff that you're referencing, yet you're claiming that it's so bad they were destroying our country because they had these tariffs on. No, they didn't. They didn't have universal tariffs on us. There were targeted tariffs that specifically some countries have on us. That's totally fine. If you want to do a retaliatory tariff within those particular markets, go for it. But don't do universal tariffs because it is the case that they had a tariff on one specific industry. That's ridiculous. That's absurd. And that's not a retaliatory tariff at all. A retaliatory tariff would be up to the same degree in the same industry that they have. That's not how Donald Trump calculated it. They put on X a completely random calculation for it.
Why are you so against people building stuff in America and creating stuff in America? Why are you so negative, condescending against people investing in America? And why would you rather have other countries make our necessities versus American workers?
I mean, I would love for more things to be made in America. That's cool and fine, but I don't think it should be forced in the market by the use of tariffs. I think that leads to worse conditions in the market, not only for American companies, but also for the global markets, our relationships with our allies and countries around the world. Maybe you have an argument in certain industries for us not to rely on countries that are not our allies. But it doesn't make sense that we'd be placing these tariffs on our allies. It's not like we need to be able to produce these particular types of things, right? Our allies are going to take it from us. No, that's ridiculous. Our allies are not going to take it from us.
This app lets you play like
Typical
you're the main character
idiot.
and chat with anime-style AI characters to create your own storyline.
Opens
It's called
their mouth
OC, the
before they
Global
open their
Anime,
book.
and you can build your own world, design relationships, characters, and storylines. And the crazy part is every chat with characters is different because they actually remember you and they recall past conversations. So if you want to see what cool story that you can start creating, then tap the link down below to start playing OOC for free today.
At Hyundai of Cool Springs, we know buying a vehicle is just the beginning, because long after you leave the showroom, the experience should still feel the same. From your first test drive to your next service appointment, and every mile in between, we're committed to taking care of you. We don't just help people find the right Hyundai, we build relationships that last.
The guy who has the Republican nomination for U.S. Senate in Texas has a big anniversary today. Today, August 3rd, is the anniversary of his mugshot being taken. On the day he turned himself in to face charges in a multi-count securities fraud indictment. Those are charges he later settled. Texas Republican Ken Paxton was turned into the FBI by his own staff. In the Texas Attorney General's office, they turned him into the FBI for bribery and abusing his office. Ken Paxton was then impeached by the Texas House of Representatives, including 60 votes for his impeachment from his fellow Republicans. But they didn't remove him from office. He was only not removed from office after that impeachment because of the Senate trial in that impeachment. You remember this from Trump's impeachment, right? You get impeached in the House and then you go on trial in the Senate. It was the same thing for Ken Paxton in Texas. And the trial in that impeachment in the Texas Senate was overseen by Texas's Republican Lieutenant Governor. Texas's Republican Lieutenant Governor literally, not kidding, literally took $3 million from two billionaire Ken Paxton supporters right before he started overseeing that trial. And then wouldn't you know, everything in that trial really seemed to go Ken Paxton's way. And so they kept him in office. On a $150,000 government salary, Ken Paxton has not been able to explain how he has amassed a multi-million-dollar real estate portfolio that includes at least 15 homes and parcels of land, including 3 houses he simultaneously claimed as his primary residence, and one home where he has been registered to vote, even though he definitely doesn't live there. Even though his campaign says he follows all voter-related laws, Ken Paxton himself refuses to answer any questions about where he votes and if it's legal, even as he stokes fears of voter fraud for everybody else. To get a sense of Ken Paxton's reputation in Texas, the kind of thing that Texas voters have been hearing about Ken Paxton recently, consider that while Ken Paxton was primarying Republican U.S. Senator John Cornyn, Cornyn's ads against Ken Paxton looked like this.
It's voting time, so let's cut through the bullshit. Crooked Ken Paxton cheated on his wife. She's divorcing him on biblical grounds. So now Paxton's wrecking another home, sleeping around with a married mother of 7.
Okay, so that's who Texas Republicans have nominated to take John Cornyn's Senate seat in Texas this year. But if you ask Texas Democrats, they will tell you that actually that's LBJ's Senate seat. And this is the man Texas Democrats have nominated to beat Ken Paxton and flip that seat blue.
The President of the United States just said that I insulted Jesus. You want to know what insults Jesus? Kicking the sick off their health care while cutting taxes for billionaires. You know what insults Jesus? Deporting the stranger and separating babies from their mothers. You know what insults Jesus? Bombing innocent school children in Iran and sending our brave men and women off to die in another forever war. You know what insults Jesus? Covering up the Epstein files and then refusing to prosecute a single person in them.
That is James Tallarico. He's the Democratic nominee for the United States Senate in Texas. That clip is from his TikTok channel. That clip has 24.3 million views. And that tells you a little to something about James Tallarico's strength as a candidate and his strength as a political communicator. You may have heard about James Tallarico's appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast. Joe Rogan told him point blank that he should run for president. You may have seen the viral clip of James Tallarico opposing the Texas Republicans' requirement to post the 10 Commandments in public school classrooms. That clip went viral because it included James Tallarico giving a full biblical exposition of not just how unconstitutional and un-American it was, but how unchristian it was as well. He was able to speak to that both as a Texas Democrat and as a seminarian. You may have seen his appearance on The View, which led the FCC to start a, quote, equal time investigation of ABC for the crime of putting on James Tallarico. You may have seen his appearance with Stephen Colbert, which CBS lawyers told Colbert to cancel. And Colbert then did the interview purely for his YouTube channel, where it promptly got about 10 million views and sparked millions of dollars in fundraising for James Tallarico's campaign. Texas has 32 million people in 2 time zones with 20 media markets. It is profoundly expensive to run there. And Democrats have felt for a long time like the deck is really stacked against them there. Democrats tell themselves every couple of years that maybe this is the year they can finally start winning there. But no Democrat has won statewide in Texas since 1994. Is this year different? There is something about James Tallarico, and frankly, something about Ken Paxton, too, that makes this U.S. Senate race seem legitimately winnable for Texas, for Democrats. And there is something specifically about James Tallarico that I think has really driven Republicans to distraction. They are quite palpably unnerved by him. They are desperate for people to not hear him speak. It is that same something that has Democrats nationwide talking about James Tallarico as more than just a promising candidate in this one race. Democrats nationwide have been talking about him as somebody who's really important, perhaps to the whole future of the Democratic Party. Joining us now for the interview is James Tallarico, Democratic nominee for Texas Senate. Mr. Tallarico,
say hi to
thank you so much for being here.
I don't think anybody's watching.
I really appreciate the chance to meet you in person. We've never
Well, it
talked
says
before.
one person
We're really
watching.
looking forward to this.
Well, same here.
So, talk me into the idea that you can win a statewide race in Texas right now. in 2026 when Beto O'Rourke couldn't with that remarkable campaign, with either of his two remarkable campaigns, when Colin Allred couldn't, when Wendy Davis couldn't. These are all candidates who got a lot of national attention, got a lot of sort of Democratic hopes up. Why are you different?
George Carlin has this great line that inside every cynic is a wounded idealist. And so I just want to speak to all the wounded idealists who are watching this show right now and trying to figure out if they can believe that winning Texas is possible. 2018 is when Beto O'Rourke got within 2.5 points of beating Ted Cruz. The backlash that we're seeing to the extremism and the corruption in our government is bigger than it was in 2018. And then I didn't think it was possible to find a candidate worse than Ted Cruz, but I think we found him in Ken Paxton. This is the most corrupt politician in our state, one of the most corrupt in the entire country. You mentioned that since taking office, he's become a
not as corrupt as Donald Trump,
all while pay of most Texans has remained stagnant for years, for decades. He now owns 15 homes, while most Texans can't afford one. He's taken bribes from wealthy donors, all while he blocks overtime pay for Texas workers and cuts our health care. He was one of the attorneys general who led the fight against the Affordable Care Act, which has led to premiums skyrocketing for Texans all over the state. And you just saw this month that he's taken these lavish vacations to Iceland, to England on the 4th of July. Quite a decision to spend our 250th anniversary from the British. Yeah, right. He was with the British on that anniversary. And most Texans can't afford to take a vacation, given this cost of living crisis. So Ken Paxton's corruption is costing us in the state of Texas, and it's why the people closest to Ken Paxton know he's unfit for office. You mentioned that his own party impeached him in the Texas House. His own staff reported him to the FBI. His own defense attorney just endorsed him in this race. I'm now expecting his family dog to run away and head over to my house any day now.
How much money is
in a time where we're also divided, there is one thing that Texans, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans can agree on, and that's that we can't afford Ken Paxton's corruption.
Listening to you talk about Ken Paxton that way, I'm struck by the contrast in the way you just sort of made the case against him there. And that clip that I just played from that John Cornyn brutal primary ad, hitting him on personal ethical issues, the very messy divorce, the allegations of adultery, those expensive vacations that you just referenced. Part of the reason those got a lot of tabloid attention is because he was taking those vacations with a woman who's not his wife. She's also associated with some of the properties that he's been found to have, sort of without explanation. I'm wondering if that's a conscious decision from you to avoid
pick up the sawdust.
Salacious charges, but potentially politically resonant charges about his personal character.
I think the only thing worse than Ken Paxton's personal cheating is his public cheating. I mean, yes, he's betrayed the people closest to him. You mentioned this being the anniversary of his famous mugshot, and that was because he was indicted for securities fraud, for investment fraud. And what's fascinating about that story, I'm not a lawyer, but when you read about what happened, he was scamming his own friends. He convinced his own friends to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars into a tech company, and then he didn't tell them that he was getting a commission off those investments. And so I said on the campaign trail, if Ken Paxton is willing to scam his own friends for a quick buck, what makes you think he's not going to scam you in the United States Senate? And the last thing I'll say is, I served with Ken Paxton's wife. She's a state senator in Texas, Senator Angela Paxton. I have great respect for the senator. We don't agree on every issue, but I respect her public service. And the last thing I want to do is kind of bring up all this personal stuff when there's so much public stuff to really prosecute the case on. And so I'm just going to stick to Ken Paxton's public record because there's plenty of material there to run a campaign and make the choice in this election clear for the people of Texas.
Your relationship with Republicans in the legislature is interesting politically because as a Democrat in the Texas legislature, obviously you're in the minority. Republicans have had a lock on control in both chambers for a long time. But still, as a Democrat in the House, you have been able to pass a remarkable amount of legislation where you were lead sponsor as a Democrat and you still got stuff made into law. What should the country understand? You're running for this position in the United States Senate. Understand about how, as a Democratic Texas U.S. Senator, you'd be able to sort of put those lessons to work at the federal level. I don't think that Democrats nationwide have much faith that there is anything to be achieved by working with Republicans at the federal level, but you've done it at the state level.
Yeah, and so I've passed 60 bipartisan bills through the Texas legislature, and these are not, nibble around the edges, incremental bills. I mean, I passed the largest early childhood education bill in our state's history. I passed the first ever cap on insulin copays in our state, passed a major reform to our justice system, allowing incarcerated minors to earn a high school diploma. So these are major bills that are making a real impact on Texans. And I think the key, my faith is central in my life. It's central in my public service. And there's a teaching from my tradition to love your enemies. And it's become kind of cliche, but it really is a radical teaching. One, it acknowledges that you're going to have opponents, right? I mean, if you're trying to do right by your neighbors, if you're trying to speak truth to power, you're going to run into some resistance, some people who disagree with you. But you're called to love those opponents, those enemies, just as much as you love the people you're fighting for. And so in the state legislature, I've been able to form real friendships, real relationships with my Republican colleagues. And we're fighting, one day, tooth and nail. If you see me on the back mic in the well of the State House, I have no problem going toe to toe when I need to. But then the next day, we may find a piece of common ground that we can actually get something done on. And I'm always going to seize that common ground whenever I can. And so we're told that it's a choice between people who fight and people who get things done. I think the people of Texas deserve a senator who can do both. And I've shown in the State House that I can do both.
One of the things that I find it personally most challenging to be empathetic about, or you're talking about love your enemy, one of the things that I have a real hard time getting over and just thinking about in a way that doesn't get me personally exercised is when people use political power to make sure that other people can't vote.
Yes.
When you are using the prerogatives of your control of the state or your control of the federal government, whatever it is, to make sure that you can't be ousted.
That's right.
And one of the things that I always kind of lecture people about when I'm hearing Democrats get too optimistic about Texas is that Texas has the second lowest voter turnout in the country. And it's not because Texans are apathetic, it's because it's really hard to vote in Texas. Texas Republicans have systematically attacked the franchise so that, you can't, not only is there no same day voter registration, there's no online voter registration, there's no automatic voter registration like when you get a driver's license or something. And plus there's all of this, not just fear-mongering, but threatening people around these sort of phantoms of voter fraud. I don't know how you both compete for people's votes and constructively and empathetically compete with the people who are taking those votes away from your constituents and their own.
Yeah, it's why attacks on voting rights is a red line for me, and it should be a red line for all of us. Right? We can disagree on all kinds of issues of moral importance, issues of life and death. But the key is that we always have a shot in the next election to make our case to the people and get a shot at winning political power. And attacks on voting rights, this redistricting power grab, those are attempts to rig the rules of the game so that we don't have a shot at making our case to the people in the next election. And so it's why a year ago today, my colleagues and I in the State House broke quorum to shine a national spotlight on this redistricting power grab. I mean, that's an extraordinary step, right? I mean, we have to love democracy even when we lose. And the people of Texas, at least at a statewide level, have voted for Republicans historically, at least over the last 30 years. And when you break quorum, you are disrupting representative democracy. But it is a tool in our Constitution in our state because it's an important check on the abuses of the majority. And when you manufacture the lines of a district to guarantee a certain outcome, you are robbing our neighbors of their God-given rights at the ballot box. And I say God-given intentionally, not, doesn't matter if you're religious
you're
or not.
wrong. God-given
I think we
has
can all
nothing
agree
to
that
do
these
with it.
rights don't come from politicians. They are inherent to us as human beings, as citizens of this country. And when you
It's
are
the same
robbing
God
someone of those God-given rights, you're
that says it's okay to own people
people
as property?
for us
Huh?
as a community, as a state.
I don't know what you're fucking
Do
talking
you think
about.
there's a way to turn it back, though? I mean, I agree with your critique of what's wrong about it, but I don't see any.
Come on, damn it, get the fuck in there.
Or federally.
God.
Here's where we disagree, because you mentioned that this is LBJ's Senate seat. And if we win this seat in Texas, of all places, I think we can build the political will to restore the Voting Rights Act, which was signed into law by Lyndon Johnson. And so it's only appropriate that winning his seat could be the key in restoring federal voting rights protections for all Americans, banning gerrymandering in every state, blue states and red states alike, so that we can truly have free and fair elections in every community.
Stay right there. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with James Tallarico right after this statement.
Christian Christian doesn't know a thing about his religion. Doesn't know how pro-slavery, how pro-rape Christianity really is.
Open Senate seat in Texas this year. Representative Tallarico, thank you again for
Two
being here.
commandments. Let's look at the first 10 commandments.
Have
Two commandments covering coveting, including in the 10th commandment, tells you cannot covet your neighbor's slave. Okay? Only one commandment says thou shalt not kill, and that's contradicted by the huge list of people that the Bible orders you to kill, including homosexuals, atheists, people who worship different gods, children who disrespect their parents, yada yada yada. The list goes on and on and on. Not one commandment anywhere says do not abuse children in any way.
And we're refusing to do
including
that
sexually,
in this campaign.
Physically,
This
emotionally,
is a campaign
nothing.
Of, by, and for all Texans. And I think people are really tired of these culture war fights that are designed to tear us apart, designed to get us angry. I mean, there are difficult issues. Trying to figure out trans athletes in sports, that's an issue where we could actually come to a policy solution. But instead, politicians like Ken Paxton, they use those difficult issues to rile people up, to divide us, to distract us, in order to win power for themselves. I mean, it's divide and conquer. It's the oldest strategy in the world. And so what we're trying to do in this campaign is bring people together. I've said that the most radical thing you can do in an era of division is unite people. And we're not going to win with the politics of division. We can't win that game. We have to change the game. And I think what's exciting about this campaign is so many people are hungry for that kind of politics of union, of friendship, of love. And people have been so starved of it for so long now. I mean, we've seen what a politics of fear looks like. We've seen what a politics of anger and rage looks like. It's been a while since politics has made us feel hopeful or excited about the future, or brings us together and creates community. And I think that's what we're building in Texas in this election.
Well, you had a very difficult, very hard-fought primary to get this nomination against Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, and that was a very racially striated result. She had a lot of support from Black Texans, and you did not. I mean, Texas has more African-American residents than any other state in the country. Black Democrats are absolutely the backbone of the Texas State Democratic Party. What are you doing to repair any remaining bitterness from that campaign, to reach Black Texans, to convince them that you're their candidate too?
Yeah, I want to pick up on something you just said. When I win this seat as the next U.S. Senator from Texas, I'll represent the most African senator in the state, in the country. And that work of representing Black Texans starts now. It doesn't start the day after the election. And so I've been traveling the whole state. I've been convening private conversations with Black business leaders and elected officials and community leaders and faith leaders. I've been visiting Black churches and Black-owned businesses, appearing on Black media throughout the state, particularly our local Dallas Weekly and Houston Defender, but also podcasts and YouTube shows where folks are now getting their information and their news. and have been rolling out policy proposals based on all these conversations that can meet the needs of Black Texans. Obviously, there are issues that we all face, right? The rising cost of groceries and gas and housing and childcare and prescription drugs. And then there are issues that Black Texans face uniquely. And you think about the maternal mortality crisis in our state that is 3 times deadlier for Black women. Harris County, home to Houston, is the deadliest place for a Black woman to give birth in the entire country. And so we've rolled out a comprehensive plan to combat that crisis. We've been visiting our HBCUs. We did a town hall at Prairie View and then gave the commencement address at Paul Quinn College in Dallas, the oldest HBCU. We've been talking about how to bring HBCU funding up to parity because there's a gap in funding between our historically Black colleges and universities and similar institutions with a similar percentage of low-income students. And imagine if we actually closed that gap, what our HBCUs in Texas could do. And then we already talked about voting rights. I mean, we have seen the most aggressive attack on Black political power since Jim Crow. Gutting of the Voting Rights Act, these racist redistricting maps. And I think the first thing that we have to do, to your point earlier, when we win a Senate majority, our first priority, before we get to housing and healthcare and education, has to be passing the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and guaranteeing that all of our neighbors, particularly our Black and brown neighbors, can access their God-given rights at the ballot box.
One last question.
Stop using that again. Stop using it.
Forget it.
Read the damn Bible.
It's your show.
I support you. I agree with you. Your religion is horrible. Open the Bible, read it, and understand how horrible your religion really is.
Friday in San Antonio, where I know you were a middle school teacher at the very beginning of your career. People protesting there against ICE detention facilities, ICE immigrant prisons. A group of Democratic Texas members of Congress recently toured Dilley, the family detention center in South Texas, and what they found there was shocking in terms of the conditions in which people were held, but they also found things that were just shocking categorically. They said that the youngest person they found incarcerated there was 2 months old. Should Dilley be shut down?
You know, my friend and colleague, Congressman Joaquin Castro, has done a lot of work on this, and he's telling me about the human rights abuses that are happening at Dilley. It has to end, and that can't be on our watch. And this is not the last time, the first time that we've seen a baby, an infant, being treated this way in Dilley. I am sick to my stomach seeing the abuses that have been committed against our undocumented neighbors in Texas and all over this country. You mentioned that I was a teacher on the west side of San Antonio. I taught a lot of undocumented students. In Houston, we saw ICE murder Lorenzo Salgado, our fellow Texan who had lived in Houston for 35 years. And as a construction worker, he sent his 3 boys to college. His oldest is a public school teacher, his middle son's an engineer, and his youngest is still in school. I mean, Lorenzo Salgado embodied the American dream. And the fact that we are spending our limited law enforcement resources on Lorenzo Salgado, on a 2-month-old, those are law enforcement resources that aren't going to actual immigration and customs enforcement. Those resources aren't going to keeping us safe and removing people who actually mean to do us harm, which we should do. Instead, those resources are going to masked men in unmarked vehicles that are terrorizing our communities all over the state. They're going to these detention centers like Dilley. And I think we need a senator from Texas who is going to hold ICE accountable, who's going to end these human rights abuses in these facilities, and who's going to fight for comprehensive immigration reform finally, so we can stop grandstanding on this issue and actually fix it.
Texas State Representative James Tallarico is the Democratic Party's nominee for the open U.S. Senate seat in Texas this year. It's really nice to meet you. I'm glad to have a chance to talk to you this way. Come back.
Good
luck.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. Stay with us. Let's bring in Texas State Representative and Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate, James Tallarico. It's very good to have you on the show. Obviously, there are so many questions about these 2 latest ICE shootings and the overall deadly and dangerous deportation tactics on the part of this administration. At the same time, I'm curious, do you believe there should be a robust immigration policy and border security?
Absolutely. We're on our Frontera tour going from El Paso, Texas to the Rio Grande Valley, 750 miles along our Texas-Mexico border. We're talking about common sense border security. We had Republican and Democratic border sheriffs joining together to support our bipartisan common sense border security plan. And I've also been talking about these ICE killings. In El Paso, I talked about Lorenzo Salgado, who raised 3 boys who all went to college. You saw 2 of them there, a public school teacher and an engineer. He embodied the American dream, and he was murdered after living in our state for 35 years. 2 days after I talked about Lorenzo Salgado, we saw another killing in Maine, and a 3-year-old girl watched her father killed before her eyes. And so we need an independent investigation of these killings. We have to protect our immigrant neighbors while also securing our southern border with common sense policies like more border patrol agents, more surveillance technology, and more immigration judges. Not this crazy.
They may be immigrants, but they're still human beings.
National park here in Texas. So that's what we're talking about, and I think it's resonating with people across the state and across the political spectrum.
So you would agree the Democrats made a big mistake in 2021, 22, 23, not focusing enough on border security, right?
Absolutely. And I've called out President Biden and his administration for failing to secure our southern border. I remember talking to my colleagues in the State House who represent border communities, and they were telling me about the utter chaos along our southern border, and that's unacceptable. We need to be about making government work for people. And this was a prime example of government not working for any of us.
Do you think Democrats, other than you, do you think there are enough Democrats that understand what a horrible mistake that was? When you look at the 2024 election results and you see all of those counties along the border, all going red, or almost all of them going red, do you think Democrats nationwide understand what you understand? That open borders is no solution. In fact, it
wasn't an open border. Stop with that bullshit lie.
For the communities, Hispanic communities along that border.
That's exactly right. My family is from South Texas. My mom grew up in Laredo on our southern border. So border communities in Texas mean a lot to me personally. They mean a lot to my family. And national Democrats took the border for granted. We stopped showing up there, and that's why people along the southern border, it's why people in South Texas started looking for alternatives. Republicans came to town and made big promises about common sense immigration approach, lowering people's costs. But just a year into this administration, those promises haven't been kept, and we've seen more extremism on immigration with these ICE raids. We've seen this crazy, useless border wall through Big Bend imposed. When you already have a wall made by God with cliffs and mountain ranges, much better than anything humans could build. And you've also seen costs skyrocketing for people along the border. You've seen these tariffs start to hurt small businesses in the region. So folks are feeling really disillusioned. They feel like they've been let down by both political parties. And it's why we're showing up. It's why we're listening and holding town halls to rebuild some of that trust that's been lost. And I think we've seen folks along the border, folks in South Texas, joining this movement we're building. They're ready to finally have a senator who's going to fight for them in Washington.
You look at the numbers, not only in Texas and Florida and other states, and any gains Republicans made, that Donald Trump made with Hispanic voters, have been completely wiped away because of the immigration policy. In fact, Donald Trump's strongest policy has always been immigration. He's now even upside down on that issue. I'm curious, and I just put all of that out there because I'm not asking you this as a softball question. I'm asking you this as somebody on the ground, knocking on doors every day, talking to people every day, and sort of want you to be a reporter to Americans that are listening to you right now and explain the fear, explain the heartache, explain the pain that is going through the Hispanic community, not only in Houston, but across all of Texas and all of America.
Yeah, I've been traveling to every corner of Texas, from El Paso to Beaumont, from Amarillo to Brownsville. We've been holding all these events, and I've got so many young people showing up at our town halls, at our rallies. Many of them say it's the first political event they've ever attended. Many of them are Hispanic, and so many tell me that they're worried their parents aren't going to come home at the end of the day. And these are hardworking neighbors who have been in our communities for years, for decades. And the president promised to go after the criminals, and that's something I support. We should be deporting murderers and rapists and gang members, but that's not what's happening. ICE should be cracking down on the cartels, not our communities. ICE should be deporting these violent criminals, not small business owners. They should be hunting down human traffickers, not moms and babies. And I think that's what most Texans want out of immigration and customs enforcement. They want to go after the threats to public safety, not to the hardworking members of our community who have been contributing to our economy, contributing to our state, who've been making us richer and stronger as immigrants have done throughout American history.
Representative Talarico, thanks for being with us this morning. Let's talk specifically about your race. Democrats are excited about your candidacy here, but they also have that skepticism born of more than 30 years now of Democrats losing statewide. And in the state of Texas, people have been saying for years now, Texas is on the brink of turning blue, and it always seems to come up just short. A couple of years ago, Colin Allred, a good candidate, lost by just over 8 points to Senator Ted Cruz, though he did outperform Kamala Harris in the state of Texas. So the question to you this morning, for Democrats who may be watching, who are excited about you, why do you feel this time is different in Texas? Why are you going to reverse the trend of the last 30 years of Texas always statewide going Republican? Is part of that, as John Cornyn would tell you, that you are facing a uniquely corrupt candidate?
Well, let me get this straight. Texans have been in charge of Republicans have been in charge of Texas for the last 30 years.
Back in September of last year.
It should be, if they're as good as they say they are, it should be one of the top states in the union, but it's not, is it?
So, my party talks about
close to the bottom on every category.
The Republican Party talks about keeping Texas
what's their
red.
campaign ad? We're going to fix the problem. You've been in charge for the last 30 years. You are the reason for the problems in that state.
Is we have to end this one-party rule. We need competition in our elections in Texas, because when we have competitive elections, all politicians, particularly those who have been bought by billionaire mega donors, they have to stay on their toes. They have to try to serve all of us. And whether it's in red states or blue states, one-party rule always leads to extremism and corruption, because there's no competition. Competition is good in business, it's good in sports, and it's good in politics. And that's what we're trying to do. We are trying to take on the mega donors who increasingly control our politics, control our economy, and they're puppet politicians who do their bidding in the halls of power. And that's not really a partisan thing. Whether you're a little more conservative or a little more progressive, we're all getting screwed. And none of us can afford the basics: groceries, gas, utilities, childcare, prescription drugs, the things that we need to survive. And so that's why we're bringing working people together across these partisan divides, racial divides, cultural divides, so that we can take on the people at the top who have been screwing us over for decades.
Watching this race pretty closely, it's been notable that the criticism of you from many Republicans, from the president all the way down to the grassroots level there in Texas, about you has been personal. It has been cultural. It's been kind of, he's not one of us. He doesn't have that Texas swagger. They talk about the fact that you're a vegan, which you have said you are not. Things like that, like he's not Texas, which you were born and raised, correct me, in Round Rock, Texas. You went to UT. Ken Paxton's from North Dakota and came to college in Texas. Nothing wrong with that, but just stating the facts. How do you answer that kind of criticism from those corners that say, I don't know, he doesn't walk and talk like a Texan, he might not be one of us?
Yeah, I think it's funny because I'm the 8th generation Texan in the race. As you mentioned, Ken Paxton was born in North Dakota. He was raised in California. And I think California transplants like Ken Paxton can become Texans. That's what's great about our state. Texas is a state of mind, as John Steinbeck wrote. And so I think what folks are hungry for is a senator who's going to serve all Texans, regardless of our political party, regardless of where we grew up, whether we've been here for 8 generations or whether we just got here, like Ken Paxton. And I think that's what we've got to focus on over the course of this campaign. People want a senator who's going to bring both parties together to lower our costs. And that's what I have a track record of doing. I've served for 4 terms in the Texas legislature. I have passed 60 bipartisan bills with my Republican colleagues in the State House, bills that cut property taxes, that raise teacher pay, that lower the cost of housing and child care and prescription drugs, including insulin. And so I have a track record of bringing down costs for working Texans. I think that's what folks are looking for, not these divisive culture wars that have been pitting neighbor against neighbor for years now.
It's interesting. Ken Paxton said you're not Texan enough. He was born in North Dakota. He grew up in California. Celebrates 4th of July in London. All right, so wherever he was.
I don't know where he was.
I'm curious, what French city did you spend? Were you in East in London or Iceland or wherever? Were you in Paris? How did you spend? Maybe Luxembourg? Where did you spend your 4th of July?
So I actually spent 4th of July with an American treasure, Willie Nelson, in Austin at his annual 4th of July picnic, which was a real honor as a longtime fan of Willie Nelson. And, we celebrated 250 years of independence from the British, and Ken Paxton celebrated that important anniversary with the British. So it was quite a choice.
So Ken Paxton's in Knightsbridge, and you're with Willie on the 4th of July. Okay, check. Right. I think you were there. On the road. I've always said that Donald Trump has succeeded by getting his opponents to act outside of themselves and do really stupid things. I know that your campaign is doing the same thing to Republicans. You drive them crazy. I mean, you take their obsession with low testosterone levels.
They're obsessed.
Ken Paxton is obsessed with low T. Pete Hegseth obsessed with low T. Lieutenant Governor Patrick, actually, let's take a look at him. He says you're not manly enough to actually... This guy says you're not manly enough.
Be right back.
To represent the people in Texas, and he's concerned about your low T levels. Your manliness. Oh,
yeah,
it's this. Is this a parody? Tell us about their obsession with low T.
Yeah, when I first heard this low T thing, I had to look it up. Guys my age aren't really worried about that kind of thing, but I think people are really tired of this kind of professional wrestling in our politics. Yeah. These old guys who are lathered up in their fake tan, throwing these corny nicknames at each other. People are wanting serious leaders who are going to get this economy back on track, who are going to start to lower costs, who are going to start to raise pay. And people are catching on to the fact that these corny nicknames don't lower the cost of groceries, don't lower the cost of prescription drugs, don't lower the price of gas. And so people realize that we're being played by these politicians who want to throw these nicknames at each other, and they're ready for a serious senator who's going to bring both parties together to get this economy back on track.
By the way, Calafrico as a nickname, I'm all in. If somebody calls me Calafrico, I'm meaning that all the way to November.
Well, I don't know if everyone knows this, but we've got I'm a Talafrico t-shirts available on our website, jamestalarico.com. Check it out and get your t-shirt today.
I'll get you one.
I mean, seriously, they are just playing in your heads. I want to show a picture of this guy again, who's obsessed with low testosterone levels, I guess, and says you're not, oh my God, manly enough. I want to turn this a little serious. This guy felt comfortable also judging your faith. This guy and others felt comfortable saying that you're going to hell Now, I find this absolutely fascinating that somebody can be so ignorant of the Gospels of Jesus Christ that they would make such a proclamation in a political campaign, not even knowing that Jesus said, "Judge not that ye be not judged. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall be shown mercy." The same, by the measure that you use for other people, I will use that measure against you. I mean, the fastest way to hell, if you believe what Jesus Christ says, is to be focused on the speck in your neighbor's eye instead of the plank in your own. And yet again, they continue to attack your faith and your relationship with Jesus Christ, which again, I not only find offensive, but I also find it self-defeating, because people that actually read the Bible, that read the red letters, understand that is the last thing a Christian is supposed to do.
Really? I can see you haven't read it either.
My dad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas, in Laredo. And when I was real little, he told me that as Christians, we're supposed to follow the 2 commandments that Jesus gave us: to love God and to love neighbor. That's it. Christianity is a simple religion. He would
So
always
here's
tell
the
me,
problem.
not an easy
Okay,
religion,
let me
because it's
explain
not
the
always
problem with that. The Bible only identifies neighbors as Christians and Jews, and has strict orders to kill people who reject God, kill people who worship different gods. Okay? So that is a big problem. You act like that's such a big deal. Oh, love your neighbors and love God more than yourself? Bullshit. Why would you love a God that gives you permission to beat your slaves? I have no respect for somebody who loves a God. That Exodus chapter 21, verse 20 and 21. If you strike a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies, you are to be punished. However, if the slave survives for a day or two, you are not to be punished, because the slave is your property. That is the Bible literally giving you permission to beat your slaves for the sole reason that they are your property. The slave doesn't even have to do anything wrong. So let's just stop with this God bullshit. Because first of all, nobody can prove he really exists. Second of all, he is the most evil God ever invented by man. And yes, men create gods. Gods do not create man. And until you can prove otherwise, that's my belief.
of our neighbors, but it is a simple religion. And if we can focus on those
evil
commandments, if
religion.
we can love our neighbors, not just our neighbors who look like us, not just our neighbors
That's
who
not
pray
what the Bible
like
says.
us, not just our neighbors who vote like us. If we can love all of our neighbors, including our enemies, that's when we are truly following that barefoot rabbi from 2,000 years ago. That commandment to love thy neighbor is what it got me into public service. It's why I became a public school teacher on the west side of San Antonio. It's why I ran for the state house. It's why I've passed those 60 bipartisan bills to lower people's costs. I'm trying to love my neighbor through public policy. I'm trying to make my neighbor's life a little easier, a little better, a little less stressful.
Yeah.
And it feels like that kind of love has been missing from our politics, from our public service for a long time now. And it really does feel like in Texas, that message from 2,000 years ago is still resonating with people today, particularly today, given the divisive, corrosive politics we've all been suffering under for 10 years now.
Yeah, I don't want to get too deep into theology here, but there is something really important that needs to be said based on what you just mentioned, what your grandfather, preacher, told you. Jesus is very clear. All the laws, they all collapse into two things: love God, love your neighbor. And this is so important to explain. I will say to my Republican friends who don't understand this, who may not have read the Bible, but also people that want to understand more of like what's going on the hard right, how it's the antithesis of what Jesus preached. So Jesus said to the disciples, love God and love your neighbor.
What does Luke 19:27 say?
That's right.
After Jesus said,
please, let me tell you what Luke 19:27 says, and then you tell me in the comments if you think this is a loving God. If someone does, this is Luke 19:27, and look it up if you don't believe me. If someone does not want to live under my rule, bring him before me and kill him in front of me. Does that sound like a loving God?
Love God, love your neighbor. So what does Jesus say? He goes, let me tell you a story. He tells the story of the Good Samaritan and tells how a man's beaten up, he's left on the side of the road, and all of his friends, all of his neighbors, all of his own people passed him by, left him in the ditch to die. It was a despised Samaritan. It was a foreigner. Jesus specifically picked a foreigner who's the most despised to save this man in the ditch. And he said, that is your neighbor. So when I see people being gunned down in the streets, when I see people despising the others, whether they are black or they are brown, because they don't fit into their vision of what a white America is like, can you explain how that is?
The Bible refers to Jews as God's chosen
Jesus
people.
taught his
Not
disciples,
Christians,
especially
but Jews.
when he was telling them how to get to heaven.
Yeah, you're taking us to church, Joe. This parable of the Good Samaritan, I think, has so much to offer us in this moment in our country, this moment in the world, because you're absolutely right. For Jesus' listeners 2,000 years ago, that story of the Good Samaritan would have been shocking. And, these days we think of a Good Samaritan as someone who just helps people on the side of the road, and that's important. You should help people on the side of the road. But we're forgetting how radical that message was, that he picked a Samaritan, not just an enemy, but a religious enemy. And so he lifted up the heretic. He said the heretic is where salvation comes from. That is such a shocking message. It's still shocking today. I've said it's as if Jesus stood in the middle of DKR Memorial Stadium at the University of Texas and told a story called The Good Aggie. Like, it would be shocking folks who are listening. And my dad's an Aggie, so I can make that joke. But I think we have to remember that the other, the outcast, the enemy, has something to teach us. And I would say that's true for the Democratic Party too. Jesus would be telling us that the person who's going to help us is our MAGA uncle. And that would be shocking for Democrats to hear. So we all need to check ourselves, because these media systems, particularly social media, these algorithms, they divide us for the profit of a few people at the very top. They're pitting neighbor against neighbor, telling us that our enemies are the problem. And Jesus is trying to break all of that. From 2,000 years ago, this message is as relevant today as it's ever been. And I think if we can learn to love thy neighbor, if we can learn to love our enemies, that is the key to saving this American experiment in self-governance, not just here, but this experiment in democracy all over the world.
So how do you take this message to the voters in Texas, but also to your competitor, Ken Paxton? We understand you have an announcement.
Well, Ken Paxton's billionaire handlers don't let him answer questions in public. He hasn't appeared on a debate stage in more than a decade. He refuses to answer really basic questions like, why did you give an Epstein-style sweetheart deal to an admitted child predator, Adam Hoffman? How did you become a multi-millionaire on a government salary? Did Tim Dunn and Ferris Wilks, your top two billionaire mega donors, buy an acquittal in your impeachment trial? He won't answer, I think, those very relevant questions. He doesn't answer to the public because he's not a public servant. He is a puppet politician. And I want him to prove me wrong. As we just talked about, we have to be focused on forgiveness and redemption and second chances. And so that's why I am challenging Ken Paxton to 3 televised debates. I'll be on that debate stage because I answer to the people of Texas. Ken Paxton answers to his billionaire mega donors. We'll see if they let him show up.
All right, we'll be watching for that. Texas.
Hasn't debated.
We're going to be interesting to see a debate. I think it'd be good for the voters of any state when they're making a choice like this. Texas State Representative
Yes,
and Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate, James Tellerico. Thank you very much for coming on.
It's his 4th of July. It's Willie Nelson instead of the Knights.
That's impressive. I'm a little jelly. I want to see Willie Nelson. You know, he watches Morning Joe.
Hey, Willie, look at that.
We love Willie Nelson.
All
Thank
right,
you,
doing
James.
great. Thank you so
Coming
much.
up.
Thank you.
Buttigieg is doing a lot of campaigning for candidates right now, and that may not sound that surprising. We're pretty close to the midterm elections, but he's doing something I think is really interesting. He's really focusing his time right now in red states and districts where the Democratic Party has not won in some time. Because he believes Democrats can, of course, win in those places this November. And one of those states is Nebraska, where Buttigieg rallied today in a House district that Democrats are looking to flip. Another one where he was this weekend is Iowa, where Buttigieg spoke just over the last couple of days. And he pointed out in that speech that the abstract and sometimes academic way that some Democrats approach politics muddies what should be the party's message, that Trump's attacks on democracy are viscerally hurting people.
250 years ago this month, our founders didn't go to war to overthrow a king because they read John Locke and Rousseau in their studies and thought it would be neat to go try this stuff out someplace. They put their lives on the line to create something new in this world because they thought it would make everyday life better if the people were in charge of the government instead of the other way around. 9 out of 10 House races drawn so that you know who's going to win before the first vote is cast. In a 50-50 country. This is not an academic concern. This hurts us. This is why things aren't working properly. This is how they can make you pay more at the pump for a war you never asked for. How they burn down the Department of Education while we're worried about kids who can't do math or read like they're supposed to. This is why you can't have nice things. But it doesn't have to be this way. And that's what we're here to do something about.
Joining me now is former Transportation Secretary and former South Bend Mayor Pete Buttigieg. It's great to see you. You've had quite a good time, it seems like. We just showed a clip out on the campaign trail over the last several days. It's interesting to me, and I just mentioned this. I mean, I know you are a sought-after surrogate on the campaign trail. You probably get lots of calls from people asking you to campaign. You've made a decision as of late to really focus your time in red states. Why?
Well, I think it's because that we've been everywhere in this moment when more and more people, including independents and a lot of people who usually vote Republican, are ready for something different. You know, sometimes I think we've been made to feel like we who are opposed to what's going on right now in Washington and Congress are the minority. We not only have a majority, we have a supermajority in public opinion when it comes to the Iran war, when it comes to the prices being too high, when it comes to the need for the wealthiest people and corporations to pay their fair share, on and on down the list, healthcare, you name it. But having a majority in public opinion doesn't automatically mean you get a majority in Congress. You got to go out there and work for it. And what I have found in places like Nebraska's 2nd District, where I was today, like Iowa, where I was yesterday, other places I've been campaigning, from Marjorie Taylor Greene's district in Northwest Georgia to the work we were doing in Montana to heading out to Florida in a little while. There are so many people who, if we can get in front of them with that message, I think they're going to respond and are going to insist on change, deliver change. And it's a reminder also that you don't have to wait till the next presidential election to do something. We have a lot of elections right now in front of us in 2026. We've got to make sure that they go well.
Part of the argument you've made, and I was reading your speech this morning from Iowa, and obviously I've seen a lot of the clips, is that it's important to kind of, and people just heard you say this too, invite people who voted for Trump in the past into the Democratic coalition. And that makes sense. I mean, more voters means you win elections. That's kind of how the whole thing works. But how do you do that? Because right now, as you all know, there are so many people out there who are part of the Democratic coalition, who have long been, who feel like their voices aren't heard. Nobody's speaking to them. Nobody's speaking out for them, who feel alienated and that their very existence is under threat. So how do you do that well, not alienating those groups of people who Democrats also need to vote for them?
Well, that's why it's so important to point to all of these things where we have this in common, where it's not about triangulating some ideological middle. It's about finding that most Americans, the left, the center, and quite a few people who usually vote more right, are going to agree right now on healthcare, on all of the corruption that's going on right now, but only if we do the work. And I don't think there's any contradiction between standing firm in our values and being there for people who have been part of our coalition for many years and many generations, and inviting people to come join that coalition and grow it. The most effective Democratic candidates and presidents in my lifetime did that. I think back to how it felt in supposedly deep red Indiana, the night that state turned blue in 2008, as Barack Obama both consolidated that Democratic coalition and invited a lot of people who usually voted the other way to cross over. We have a moment like that on our hands because there's so many people who, frankly, believed the presidents, that the promises that the president made. Far too many voters were on wars, and rather than being hostile to them as voters, I think we have a chance now to invite them in because they're asking a lot of questions about how things ever got to this point.
In your speech today, you reiterated how Democrats can continue doing politics as usual, which I think the majority of people watching it was like, yeah, they can't keep doing it because it's not working, and we all see the polling numbers. What do you mean by that
already?
Exactly? What specific things do you think Democrats should avoid repeating or continuing to do?
Probably going to end it here pretty soon.
Well, I think we
might want to clean this
that
field up
many
here
of the
first.
institutions that are being destroyed right now by the Trump administration also cannot and should not be put back together just the way they looked in 2021 or 2012. I do think there is a risk that we might imagine that our job is to take power and to put everything back the way it was, but that's not going to work either. If our economic and political and social systems were working just fine, we wouldn't be here. So the old status quo can't be the answer. We've got to have new answers, and we've got to take big swings at major political reform. Again, I think there's a moment here, for example, on money in politics. You don't have to be a Democrat, you don't have to be in a blue state to be part of the majority that wants to change that, including, if necessary, a constitutional amendment to deal with Citizens United. Part of the message that I had in Iowa that I'm taking everywhere I go is our economic problems are related to the problems in our political system. There is a conventional wisdom out there among some political strategists saying, don't talk about what's wrong with our democracy because we should only be talking about the kitchen table. To me, those two things are intimately connected. The reason we are paying more at the pump, the reason our mortgages are unaffordable in this country is directly related to the fact that there is no accountability in our government, and there won't be until we fix Congress, fix the Supreme Court, fix money in politics, and we absolutely cannot be afraid to talk about those big reforms as well as the ins and outs of healthcare, education, the things we want to do on day one.
Accountability, you hear that word a lot. I hear it a lot. I'm sure you hear it a lot. People really want it, right? What does that look like as we look ahead? Because there's not unlimited hours in the day. There's not unlimited time in Congress. What do you think accountability looks like as we look ahead?
Well, when given the chance, Congress has to, a Democratic-led Congress, has to establish accountability, first of all, around the just naked corruption that is going on. This is not a political question. The idea that the American people shouldn't have been spending hundreds of millions of dollars of our taxes on retrofitting a second-hand jumbo jet, the idea that there is something highly questionable about people from the President of the United States to a lot of other officials getting rich on stock trades while making decisions that move markets. Dealing with that is not some kind of partisan conquest. That's something that most Americans can actually come together around. But also there's the day-to-day accountability that our democratic system is supposed to deliver. See, this is part of the problem with gerrymandering. If 9 out of 10 House districts are ones where you know who's going to win before the first vote is cast, then members of Congress don't feel a level of accountability. They don't feel responsible for anything from big policy questions like standing up to this Iran war, which is supposed to be Congress's job to declare or to stop, or their personal conduct like trading stocks and getting rich when no member of Congress should be trading stocks in the first place.
One of the other things I think that has been really interesting about the speeches you've given is that they're very forward-looking. You talk about kind of the period post-Trump, or where we go from here, which is so important for people to think about. And you said this thing, and having worked in government a lot myself, I very much related to this in a recent interview where you said that serving in the Biden administration radicalized you, that just seeing how hard it was to get even common sense things done, like delivering a new bridge or airport, changed you. Obviously, you were the transportation secretary, so it's understandable that those were the examples you gave, but just like bigger pictures here, what does solving that problem look like if Democrats win back power and eventually the White House? Because you already referenced, like, you can't rebuild things and put them exactly back together. What does that look like when you're thinking big about how to go from here?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is if you have a common sense view that you share with most Americans, it will take radical change to actually act on it in today's Washington. That's what I'm getting at. I'm not talking about ideology. I'm saying that in order to get anywhere, even as an ideological moderate, you have to be ready for radical change in our institutions. What does that look like? Some of the changes I was just talking about around money and politics, around Congress and how elections work, certainly making sure that we have the voting rights reform and protections that are doubly important because of what has been done to systematically tear down black political representation in order to try to keep this Republican Congress in power. But look, we've also got to recognize there are certain institutions that we have cherished as Democrats that are important institutions that probably can't and shouldn't go back to the old way. It was criminally wrong to basically gut the Department of Education as they have done. I also don't think our project is to make the Department of Education look just the way it looked the minute before Donald Trump got here. I could say the same thing about foreign aid. Again, criminally wrong to have demolished the U.S. Agency for International Development. That doesn't mean that we should put it back just the way it was. I know a lot of mayors who would love to see dramatic change in how housing and urban development works and how federal dollars can or can't be used to help make housing more affordable in cities. We should be listening to them, thinking about how we build things from the ground up, because there will be a moment when we have that clean sheet, that fresh start. I hate how we got here. We got here because of all of the destruction that's going on in this moment. But it's also a chance to build something new on sometimes the rubble of these institutions that were frankly already rickety, already showing their age years before we got to this moment.
If you ask most people who work in Democrat administrations, they would say things were too bureaucratic too. It's just that, and too bloated too. It's just how you do it. We don't have nearly enough conversations about the path forward, so you have agreed to stick around. I'm very grateful for that. We're going to take a quick break. We have more questions. We'll be right back. We are back with former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. So one of the great benefits of having a public platform, a huge one as you do, is you can share your ideas and think big thoughts about how to make things better for people in this country. It also means you can be targeted by people who want to do you or your family harm. And I know you are no stranger to that at all. And I wanted to just ask you about something you've been very candid and open about. And I when I read the Substack piece, which I think people have probably seen, I had a hard time getting through it, and I felt a deep sense of rage for you and Chasten and your family, as anyone would. But for anyone who doesn't remember what I'm talking about, Pete and his family were targeted and subjected to an investigation by Child Protective Services because someone reported a fake anonymous tip. And I just wanted to ask you, because now it's been a couple of weeks, if you could talk to this person who did this to you, what would you say to them?
I'll just say this hurt a whole family. This didn't just hurt me. And whatever you think about me, my politics, you just leave my children out of it. They're 4 years old. They do not deserve to be affected or impacted. They shouldn't have to know the first thing about any of this. And
I think I'm going to go ahead and call her quits.
Acceptable. That are fair.
Got to work tonight.
Really tough arguments, tough rhetoric.
But it's my Friday, so I'll be off tomorrow night and Tuesday night. I got a lot done. Got that one area cleared. I decided what I'm going to do with Field 6. and I can start. I guess when I get tired of cutting down the trees, I'll start plowing that field and get that ready for grass. Get 2 cuttings out of it, then turn it into wheat. All right, it's 1538, April 1st, 4th year of this map. This is Farming Simulator 22, Michigan Farms map. Schafer's Ag Service. This is an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on.